You are now live.
Thank you very much. Jamie, can you stick your head up there and tell Sig we're starting? Calling to order the regular meeting of the governing body, May 8th at 5:07 p.m. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Chavez, salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Castro, and invocation of remembrances led by Councilor Michael Garcia.
Saludo a la bandera del Estado de Nuevo México, el símbolo CIA de amistad perfecta entre culturas unidas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In honor of Mother's Day, just would like to say a couple words to all mothers and mother figures out there. Mother's love is unfiltered. A mother's love is endless. And a mother's love will always be there. So with that, I would like to recite a passage. And it's Ephesians 6, lines 1 through 3. And it states, "Children, if you want to be wise, listen to your parents and do what they tell you to do, and the Lord will help you. For the commandment, honor your father and mother, was the first of 10 commandments with a promise attached. You will prosper and live a long, full life if you honor your parents." Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there remembrances? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to take the opportunity to pay tribute to a family member who passed away a couple of days ago. Her name was Sally Padilla, also known to me as Auntie Sally. Well, Auntie Sally was Sandoval County Clerk for 37 years. And so very near and dear to my heart. She was the matriarch of my father's side of the family, the oldest daughter, which basically took the role of mother figure. And so just wanted to send well wishes to her family, to all of those who cared for her and loved her. She was 80, I think about to be 85 years old. So strong woman, witty, and I think the best word that I could probably think of for her would be feisty. I recall one night I got home and turned on the TV, and there was Auntie Sally on the TV. She was raising hell somewhere over there in City Hall or down there in Sandoval County. So just wanted to say love you and Godspeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Others? Let's take a minute and bow our heads for those here in our community who are suffering, who are sick, who are dealing with tough times, trying to make ends meet, and those around the world who are under duress and also suffering as well. Let's bow our heads together for a moment of silence. Thank you, everybody. Let me remind everybody, please, if you have a cell phone with you, if you could set it so it doesn't ring during our proceedings, that would be really helpful. Just make sure it's on silence or whatever however you want to set it. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Cossett?
Here.
Councilor Castro?
Present.
Councilor Chavez?
Here.
Councilor Faulkner?
Here.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Here.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Present.
Councilor Lindell? Councilor Romero Worth?
Here.
Mayor Weber?
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda as published?
No, sir, there's no changes.
Okay, can I get a motion to
Move to
approve?
approve. Second.
Just given we have a great number of folks here tonight, and we also have the budget on the agenda. My question is, can we hear the ceasefire resolution before we hear the budget, just because the budget conversation can potentially take hours? I don't anticipate the ceasefire resolution to take that long. And I'd hate for the public to be here as long as it takes us to get through that portion of the agenda. So I was asking if we can just hear item S before we hear item O.
Mayor,
Yes.
I think we have to get to the consent agenda first and have that pulled off and then move it. So it's a little premature.
Sure.
Let's go to consent. Madam Clerk.
No, we
Wait,
need
we
to
haven't,
approval.
right.
Let's
We have
do
a
it.
motion to, we had a motion to approve the agenda and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Let's move then to consent. Madam Clerk, what items have been taken from consent?
Mr. Mayor, item 9K was removed by Counselor Castro. Item 9O was removed by Counselor Michael Garcia. Item 9Q was removed by Counselor Michael Garcia, Counselor Castro, and Counselor Romero Worth. And item 9S was removed by Counselor Michael Garcia and Counselor Castro.
Okay, is there a,
Move to approve as amended.
Wait,
oh wait, now we have this,
I would like to add one more item, just because.
another item to.
Yes, and it's item I. We don't need staff. It's just so a simple recusal for myself. So I didn't want to confuse folks by turning it in and having staff show up when I'm just going to pop out for 2 seconds. So I'd also like to remove item I for recusal.
Okay, Madam Clerk, did you pick that up? Item I
Yes,
is
Mayor.
also removed.
Move to approve as amended.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve as amended, and then we have a proposal from Counselor Garcia to change the order.
I think we need to approve the consent, this motion, and then we move the stuff around.
Okay. So this is a voice vote on approving the consent, or not, it's a roll call vote on approving the consent agenda as amended. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes,
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. Now we have a proposal to alter the order of the items.
I guess the question would be, where does Counselor Michael Garcia want to move item?
I-
What,
Is it?
S?
yes.
So where do you want to move it to in this agenda as it's laid out?
We can move it to the first item we discuss on consent.
Is there a motion?
And this would be item Q, correct?
So just a point of clarification, that means that we'll hear the presentations and then go to consent, and it'll be the first item on consent.
Correct, and that would be item S.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second to move item S, so it follows immediately after the presentations for tonight. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll on that?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes,
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. So, Madam Clerk, take us to the first presentation, please.
Certainly, Mayor. The first presentation is the Bicycling and Pedestrian Advisory Committee presents the League of American Bicyclists Recognition Award, City of Santa Fe, a silver level bike-friendly community.
Terrific. Counselor?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we have a couple BPAC members in the audience. If you wouldn't mind, please stepping up to the podium. I'll set some context. So For those folks that aren't aware, the city of Santa Fe earlier this year was recognized as a silver level bike friendly community. There was a great amount of work that went into this process. I'll let my colleagues on BPAC explain that. And then after they're done sharing a few words, happy to have the BPAC members hand the certificate off, whether it be to the city manager, the mayor, and then we can take a picture. So I'll hand it off to BPAC members. Please introduce yourselves.
Cal Spencer, the Vice Chair of the BPAC and the League of American Bicyclist Safety Instructor.
And my name is Steve Pilcher. I'm a member of the BPAC.
Thank you, Chair, Councilor Garcia, Mr. Mayor, councilors. One things we all recognized after we started working on this was, boy, this was a heavy lift, just the application. And it is sad that probably the person who did the heaviest lifting, Ramela, is not here. She's sick, but she did a whole lot of work in keeping 10 or more balls in the air as a project manager. And she put her heart and soul into this application and into day-to-day work. It was a large application. We also had help from other staff, from volunteers on the BPAC, from advocates, from the MPO members. A lot of people contributed to this, and a hat tip to all of them. The size of the application was very large compared to the ones we had seen before, and we were all kind of stunned. That reflects the change in the requirements that the League of American Bicyclists put on cities to become bicycle-friendly communities. Rather than just looking at things like miles of bike lanes, this application looked at connectivity. It looked at repairs and maintenance. It looked at safety. It looked more importantly at what's commonly known now as diversity, inclusion, and equity. How does this city treat all of its people who need to use a bicycle, who might want to use a bicycle? Amazingly enough, maybe not so amazing, we scored very well on just about every box we had to check. And that's a commitment that this city has made, not only to traditional bicyclists, but to all members of the community who might want to use a bicycle now or in the future. My hat tip to the council for your support and your funding, and for all the members of the city staffers in various agencies who've made this possible. So I think we could have gone for gold this time and gotten it, but one of the things that we kind of scaled back is because there are so many projects in the pipeline. My colleague will talk about that. I think when those projects are completed, we're easily gold. So with that, I'll shut up and turn over the mic.
Thank you, Cal. Yes, we learned a lot in going through this process. As Cal mentioned, it's a very lengthy application, but I think we're in good shape to have it be a much easier task next time around, particularly with the passage of the maintenance resolution. That is going to provide a good data background as we move forward. As Cal mentioned, there's a lot more physical projects in the works. One was just got noted last night, I think it was yesterday afternoon with the dedication out there on Mays Road. So we're in good shape to keep making progress, and we appreciate all the support from council and the community.
Thank you. So, Michael, time for us to go have a handshake and a passing over of a certificate.
Sure. And just one thing I forgot to mention, it's Bike Month. And that's why the certificate just came in the mail. We got notified earlier this year, but the certificate just came in. And so we've got it nice and framed, and what better time to present it to the council than Bike Month. So
Let's all go down and have a thank you to these gentlemen. Our thanks to BPAC and all the members, Counselor Garcia, for your stewardship of that. And I think we all know that we want to see fewer cars and more bicyclists and more pedestrians and a healthy city where people can get around town without having to be in an automobile. So this is a measurable step in the exactly right direction and a recognition of all that hard work. So thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, what's the next item on the agenda, please?
Mr. Mayor, the next item on the agenda is 8B, an audit update, and Finance Director Emily Oster is here to present.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the governing body. I am pleased to let you know that the heavy work on the FY23 audit is wrapping up. We are now in the closeout, buttoning up, quality control review phase of the audit. We have our exit conference scheduled for next Tuesday, May 14th, and we are planning briefings with counselors for shortly thereafter. And we are on track to submit the report to the State Auditor's Office by Wednesday, May 15th. Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Director Oster? Yes, Counselor.
And just so we had a conversation, thank you so much, Director Oster, for answering all the questions that I have. As a new counselor, I was a little concerned, or I wanted a little more information about some of the line items. And I understand that we have new programs that might make that easier in the future. I just want to address that a little bit.
Certainly. Thank you, Councilor Castro, for the question, and Mr. Mayor. So in relation to the audit, we are using the Munis system, our Munis ERP system. We are working on procuring and implementing a new system for our budget, for the preparation of the budget. And we're excited about the reporting capabilities that are going to come with that, including the reports that we include in the audit report. It's called Questica, and we plan to implement it during fiscal year 2025.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other questions for Director Oster? Thank you very much. That's a great report. We're looking forward to next week where this audit will be submitted and you will have performed an unbelievably heavy lift with great grace and great quality. This will be 3 audits in less than a year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to remind my council members, we don't applaud, we don't boo, we can wave, but we're trying to keep decorum. But it's worthy of a hands up for that level of effort. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could acknowledge that really this work has been accomplished by a massive group of people all throughout city government. The team in the finance department and all of my colleagues in city government have come together to accomplish something really special, completing 3 audits in less than a year.
Congratulations. Nice going. Madam Clerk, next item on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, the next item on the agenda is 9S, consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Alma Castro, Councilor Pilar Faulkner, Councilor Jamie Cassett, Mayor Alan Weber, Councilor Carol Romero Worth, and Councilor Michael Garcia. It's a resolution calling on the New Mexico congressional delegation to advocate for an immediate ceasefire and an end to violence in Gaza and Israel, for the safe and immediate return of all innocent hostages and unjustly held prisoners, for the immediate increase and delivery of humanitarian assistance to Gaza, condemning all forms of discrimination, including Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, anti-Palestinian, and anti-Israeli bigotry, encouraging all residents to seek, invite, and practice civil discourse, expressing sorrow over the loss of lives and over the suffering endured by civilians in Gaza and Israel, and extending sympathies to Santa Fe residents who have been directly impacted by the ongoing violence.
All right, first of all, thank you for yelling because it gives me an opportunity to remind everybody we're not going to do yelling tonight. We're not going to be having demonstrations. We're going to listen. We're going to behave very, very respectfully to everybody. That's part of the resolution, is to demonstrate respect, consideration for everybody in our community. So whether you agree with what's being said by the city council members and myself, or you disagree, it's a matter of politeness and civility, not to yell, not to applaud, not to boo. This is going to be a matter of the governing body discussing this issue. It's not a public hearing. Just so you're clear on that. I'm glad you're all here to make yourselves and your feelings known, but please, let's respect each other and respect the decorum of this chamber and of everyone, and I mean everyone who is in it. Okay? Thank you. So we have a resolution in front of us. Let me begin by asking for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the resolution. I think, and I would like to start by offering the four key sponsors the opportunity to say a few words about this resolution and the path that it's taken to come before us tonight. So Councilor Castro, I'll recognize you.
Thank you so very much. I generally try to be brief and don't like to say too much in the dais. I'm still new at this, but I just want to thank everybody for all of the emails, all of the calls, all of the hours coming to this chamber to talk to us about what you really care about. We value every single one of your opinions. And I think this resolution really shows a tremendous amount of work that all four sponsors put in to not only sit and listen to each other, but to learn from each other. And regardless of what happens today, I think we are a stronger and better council because of this resolution. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Cassett?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for those words, Councilor Castro. I also would like to thank everybody for being here. For all the emails and calls, I apologize. I have not been able to keep up with all of you. So I have been able to read them, and I apologize. I've not been able to stay on top of responding in the way that I normally like to. As Councilor Castro mentioned, there was a lot of really important conversation that happened among the sponsors, among members of our community around the development of this resolution. And I think that collaboration is really important. One of the criticisms we have heard is that this is not an issue that is pertinent to Santa Fe. And in some respects, there are a lot of decisions here that we can make our opinions known, but to be honest, the actual decision is way above our pay grade. But one of the pieces that I thought was so incredibly important that we discussed is, what do we say to our community that is hurting in a lot of ways, that is feeling divided in a lot of ways? I have seen over my 4.5 years now on the council, a lot of instances where I've seen disagreements in our beautiful city devolve into dehumanizing other individuals. And I think that we see in this scenario something that is so incredibly painful, because we know that there are real people, real humans that are being hurt on each side. The complexity around the Middle East, obviously, is not something we're going to be able to fix in these chambers. Go back to Genesis to, really, we wanted to have that full conversation. But what we really did want to give was the message to Santa Fe of it's really challenging to have these hard conversations with each other. And yet it's extremely important, because that is the key to finding ways forward together. And I do want to thank my fellow co-sponsors, because that was a key component of this, of how we have these conversations. How do we come together with a lot of things that we actually very much agree on? I mean, very, very much agree on. I think everybody, everybody agrees that what is happening right now is a travesty. It is devastating. It is heartbreaking. It is not something that we can stand by and not speak to. And yet there was still a lot of nuance and complexity there. And I think that the process by which we took is a really important representation of the importance of conversation. So that's where I feel like this really does actually have to do with our community. And how are we stronger as a community? And how do we deal with the various challenges and disagreements as a community while also speaking to the larger issue, of course, that is occurring and making our voices heard and what the opinion of Santa Fe is. So I will stop there for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Counselor Faulkner?
So in going into this as a new counselor, what I felt that the team did with this, a lot of people say that we compromise in politics, but this was genuinely a collaboration. This wasn't a compromise. These were 4 people who came together and decided that what we thought was best for the city as leaders after hearing from all of you. And I have to commend you as well. I wish people would be more involved all the time and not just on controversial issues. But what we found was, as leaders, our job is to represent all of you. And the best policy we can promulgate is when both sides come together and find something that brings people together and brings humanity together. And this is going to sound trite, but if we could just take a minute to look at one another, not with fear or anger, but through the eyes of humanity, we will see that we have so much more in common than we have in difference. And this resolution was an attempt to say to the community that at least your leaders are hearing you and are listening to you and are doing our level best to make sure we represent all of you, because that is our task, regardless of our personal views, our job. You elected us to represent all of you. And I hope you understand that we did our level best to do that. And we put our hearts into this, and I think I can fairly say prayer into it. And so I want to thank you all for being here. But when we leave here, leave with the touch of humanity. There's no path forward unless we see each other with humanity first.
I want to add my voice as one of the 4 sponsors, original 4 sponsors. We would have had more people sponsoring it, I know, except our rules don't allow more than 4 people to work on a project at any one time. But I know members of this city council have strong feelings whether their name is on this document or not. I want to thank everybody for bringing your voices into this chamber and your emails into my email box, my communications. It's heartening to be able to experience the thoughtfulness and the commitment of people in Santa Fe to issues that are preeminent in our time. We are in a moment here and around the world where there is so much violence and so much hatred, war in forms obvious and not obvious. And usually we don't take up those matters. We want to be focused on the priorities for the people of Santa Fe. But at the moment, this moment that we're in right now is one where I don't think any community can ignore what's going on here and around the world on college campuses and in communities. People are in pain, they're suffering, and they want action. They want to have their voices reflected in the communications that come out of their elected officials. That was the first instinct with this resolution, was to say to everybody, we hear you. The second was to try to avoid some of the pitfalls that other communities have fallen into. I don't think, and I've gotten a fair number of emails from people saying that the members of the city council, the mayor, are really not qualified to make highly nuanced decisions about foreign policy. I agree with that, but this isn't first and foremost a matter of foreign policy. It's a matter of humanity and suffering and trying to bring peace to a troubled world. We can't here delineate all of the factors that have gone into the Middle East over so many years and so many tragic encounters. But what we can do is talk to each other as people in Santa Fe. And to understand that when we engage with each other with our core values, we will listen, we will show respect, and we will engage in constructive dialogue about all of the issues in our community. This is something that is in front of us right now, but going forward, there'll be more challenges and more issues that we need to be able to look each other in the eye and recognize that we are all neighbors. And when we see each other as neighbors, we end up reducing the inflammatory rhetoric, the arguments about who's right and who's wrong. We end up finding our way forward as a community towards things that are better, solutions that are better, conversations that are constructive for everybody in Santa Fe. So I look at this resolution as being about more than the war in Israel and Gaza. It's about not bringing the war in Israel and Gaza to neighbors among ourselves in Santa Fe. That whatever is going on around the world, we can stand together and we can listen to each other and we can have conversations with each other that reflect the history, the culture, and the values of the people of this remarkable community. And so let's go forward from this vote and this decision tonight, committed to peace around the world, but first peace in Santa Fe, where people from different points of view can come together and respect each other and engage with each other in hard but constructive conversations. I have a few other folks who have signed on at this point. I don't know, Councilor Mayorworth, do you want to say a few words?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to extend my thanks to the original four sponsors and for the work you did in coming up with this resolution. I think you all did an excellent job, and I'm proud to be able to sign on with you. But I want to acknowledge that the work and under our rules was done by the first four people who spoke here, because we can't, if there are more than four, that constitutes a quorum. And we can't have a quorum outside of a public meeting in a public setting, so that you all can hear exactly what you're hearing tonight. And I just want to commend you all for the work you did. I know you went back and forth. You probably had lots of meetings, and you really talked through the wording and the sentiments that you wanted to get across to the community in response to what we have all heard from petitions from the floor, through our emails, through the phone calls that we all have received, and the concern that is being expressed not only in this community, but across the country and across the world, for what I characterize, and I think you all would as well, as a humanitarian crisis. And I think your resolution, this resolution, acknowledges the need for a ceasefire to allow space for diplomatic solutions to be negotiated and addressed. So again, thank you. I want to thank the community for the emails, for the phone calls. I too have had trouble keeping up with all of them. I do look at them, but it has been difficult to keep up. We had a couple of days where we were getting emails about every 4 seconds for about 2 days. It was impressive. I think it was worldwide. Couldn't do much on my email for about 2 days. But again, those are important communications, and I want you to know that we do see them, we do look at them, we just don't always have the ability to respond to each one in the manner that we do on some other topics. And so with that, I just will just say I'm honored to be able to sign my name to this, and I think it's excellent work, and I thank the original four.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll echo those sentiments. Many thanks to the four that came together to really find some middle ground and common ground in how we move forward together in a positive fashion. And I think that's our role as the governing body, is to figure out how we move our city forward in a positive manner. So many thanks to you for those discussions. Many thanks to everybody in the audience, whether you're here in person, watching virtually, or maybe watching it after the fact. This is a pure example of civic engagement. And as Councillor Faulkner said, please stay engaged. We want to hear from you on every topic that's before us. So please feel free to stay. We've got the budget coming on later on. Stay, give us your opinion. This is your government. So please continue to participate. The resolution before us, I think there definitely is, it shows how we as a community want to move forward. But with that being said, I know that there's been some recent developments in regards to this crisis, which has led me to bringing forward an amendment. And I don't know if now is the appropriate time for me to introduce the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Let me see if other members of the governing body want to speak to the matter in front of us, and then we'll go to the amendment.
Perfect. Okay. So then with that, I'll go ahead and yield the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I just want to acknowledge the voice of our community. I think, and the hearts. I think it's a beautiful thing to witness people coming together to advocate for human beings. And I want to also acknowledge the 4 original sponsors, because I think you showed unity amongst the leadership on a sensitive topic, but keeping it about human beings. And so I think it's beautiful work. You all did beautiful work. And so I just want to extend my appreciation. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to also reiterate the sentiments of my colleagues here in regards to those who worked on this. I know that everything that everybody wanted isn't probably in here, but after going through it and reading through what has been proposed, it talks about, and there's a lot of compromise, I think, that was in there amongst those who worked on it. And so I do appreciate that. And I think that's always the best way to get to hopefully unifying people in the community. And the ultimate goal is a society of peace. And I think that is really what the end goal is. So basically what I wanted to say, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Garcia, I think I'm reading Councilman Bill's body. You're up for your amendments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in our packets, we have Amendment A. There is, feel free to take a look at, there's a red line version. There's also the amendment sheet that shows what is being proposed. And there are 3 portions of this resolution that would be amended through this Amendment A. The first part of the amendment updates the title, and it adds in the caption, "And for the immediate reinstatement of funding for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA." And then on page 2, line 14, it inserts a new whereas. Whereas United States House Resolution 2882, the Further Consolidation Appropriation Act 2024, placed funding limitations on the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, prohibiting funding until March 25th, 2025. And then the last insertion is on page 3, line 17. It adds a new section number 3 for immediate resume the United States funding for UNRWA. And so, as I mentioned in my comments earlier, the United States, from my understanding, ceased and paused funding because there were some allegations made against UNRWA. And I want to share with my colleagues a report, or at least an overview. And Councilor Faulkner, I sent you an email with the link, so it's accessible for you as well. But this is kind of just an overview, and I'm happy to share the link to the the report that looked into those allegations in regards to inappropriate actions and potentially inappropriate employment of UNRWA employees, which led to a lot of countries across the world ceasing funding for UNRWA. And so the UN conducted their own independent investigation in this. And the investigation concluded, and I'm going to cite from the United Nations press release here, that Israel made public claims that a significant number of UNRWA employees and members of terrorist organizations. However, Israel has yet to provide supporting evidence of this, and this is according to the 54-page final report. And because of the lack of evidence, we're now seeing a lot of countries across the world reinstate their funding. Countries such as Japan, Canada, Australia, Finland, Sweden, Iceland, and recently Germany. So with that being said, I feel that the United States has to begin to resume funding. For those folks that aren't aware of what UNRWA is, this is an entity that provides relief aid and humanitarian aid. And as we noted earlier, there is a crisis going on, and aid is dearly, dearly needed. And so what this resolution or this amendment is calling for is for the city of Santa Fe to call for the reinstatement of the funding for humanitarian aid. As I noted earlier, it was a congressional act that ceased the funding, but there could be a congressional act that resumes the funding. So with that, I will make a motion to move my amendment A forward.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Is there a discussion of this amendment? Councillor Faulkner.
So one of the, and any of the original sponsors can weigh in here if I have mistook some of our discussions. I think as a group, we discussed amendments and whether or not we were going to entertain any amendments. And the fear I had, and I think the other sponsors had, was that once we start entertaining more amendments or any amendments, that we would be back to the beginning of trying to collaborate together. And so as one of the sponsors, I see the value in the amendment, but in principle, I gave my word that I would not entertain any amendments so that we could keep the legislation intact and keep it focused on the humanity of our citizens in Santa Fe. So I do not consider this a friendly amendment.
Councillor Cassid.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I think this has been a very challenging discussion in terms of the information that I have received from various members of our community and their feelings around this. I want to make very clear that without this amendment, there is still a very strong call for humanitarian aid into Gaza. The mechanism by which that is delivered, I do not have the information based on the conversations to feel comfortable to specifically say that UNRWA has to be the way that it is delivered. I think one of the things that we really looked at for this resolution was what are the core principles that we're really looking for. And I see you all putting your thumbs down at me, and that's fine. I'm used to worse. However, my goal was really to take a look at the base values of the many members of our community. And again, what is the final goal that we are looking for? And the final goal that we discussed was, we wanted aid to Gaza. That is clear. That is completely necessary and needed and still clearly stated in this resolution without this amendment. As Councilor Faulkner mentioned, there was a lot of conversation around various details, that which details do we put in, which details do we not? Because of the complexity of this situation, because of the fact that I am not receiving Middle East policy briefings every day, as Councilor Merworth reminded me earlier. We were looking at what the end goal is and what is it that we are wanting. We want a ceasefire. We want return of hostages and prisoners. We want to see how we come to better conversations in this community. And one of the things I've always held as a policymaker for myself is that I have an end goal, and the pathway that I see might not be the way that we get there. And so I'm okay with that. And in this scenario, because of a lot of the conversations around potentially what has happened, what has not happened, whether or not UNRWA was involved in the October 7th attacks, there is, I do not feel comfortable calling out this specific pathway, but I am still very adamant in calling out that end goal. So I also do not see this as a friendly amendment. We did very much have these very in-depth conversations around how much detail to be put in. And at the end of the day, what we really wanted to focus on were what are our end goals, what are our end values, and how do we properly express those? So I cannot support this amendment, and despite the fact, and I want to say this extremely clearly, that I still very much support immediate aid into Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? Yeah, go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I was not part of the original four. But I do appreciate the negotiations that the original four undertook to come up with this resolution. It is I think Councillor Faulkner says it well when she says it's a collaboration. And it was a collaboration, I believe, to represent and express the sentiments of not just one side of the feelings around this issue, but to be balanced and represent the entire community. And I agree with Councillor Cassett that we don't get policy briefings on this situation. And while I appreciate this United Nations report, which I have just been handed and have not had a chance to read, I can't support this amendment at this time. And I would agree, and I'm going to read to you, which I often do. The resolution says, in case you haven't seen it, now therefore be it resolved that the governing body of the city of Santa Fe calls on the New Mexico congressional delegation to advocate for the following actions with regard to conflict in Gaza and Israel. Call urgently for an immediate ceasefire and an end to the violence in the region and the safe and immediate return of all innocent hostages and unjustly held prisoners. And immediately increasing and ensuring the delivery of humanitarian assistance, including fuel, water, food, medical supplies, and medical personnel into Gaza to alleviate the massive suffering there quickly and effectively. And so again, I also agree with Councillor Cassett that the language in this resolution says very clearly that we want humanitarian assistance. It is, as you all know, and you all are showing us with your signs, desperately needed in this region, and we support that. How it gets there is not for us to decide. I think we should leave that to our national leaders who do get policy briefings on this situation from people on the ground in the area. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? There's a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll for the amendment as proposed?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Travis,
No.
Counselor Faulkner,
No, explain my vote after, Mayor.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
No.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
No.
Counselor Cassett,
No.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
No,
Motion did not pass.
thank you. And you wanted to, no, please don't applaud, don't boo. We're being very polite here tonight. You wanted to explain your vote.
Just wanted to reiterate that in this process, I think both sides of the issue could offer a lot of amendments. And so my saying no to this amendment is not reflective of any value I place on either side or how I feel about the issue. It's more about when you're negotiating complex things that have a lot of emotion behind them. If your negotiation partners cannot trust your word, then it makes it very difficult to negotiate in the future. And we have a lot of business that we have to do for the city of Santa Fe that actually has a literal impact on the people of Santa Fe. And for that reason, I will always stick to my word with the team that I negotiate with. So I don't want the community walking away thinking that I'm in favor or not in favor of one side or the other. That is not the case. Personally, I have relatives who are from Israel and I have relatives from Palestine. Genuinely, that is true in my family. And so I have very deep feelings about this issue, but I also know that we cannot negotiate in bad faith with one another. That's what bad governance is. Your word is should be the most important thing and should be trusted.
Thank you, Counselor. We have a resolution with motion in front of us. Are there any further comments before we take the vote? Madam Clerk, can you take a vote on the motion before us to adopt this resolution?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Faulkner, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Travis,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for adding your voices for the last, don't know how many months we've been together, but we appreciate that. We appreciate all your input. And also, as has been said by every member of the governing body, we appreciate the civility with which people in Santa Fe, community members treat each other. We're all in this community together. Madam Clerk, what's the next item on the agenda, please?
Mr. Mayor, the next item is item 9I. It's a request for approval of amendment number 1 to contract item 23-065, State of New Mexico Aging and Long-Term Services Intergovernmental Agreement number 24-624.
Why don't we take a pause while people walk out of the chamber? It'll be a little bit easier once the folks have had a chance to leave. Can't do that. There's a lot of. All right, Madam Clerk, I think you might want to take another attempt.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so 9I is a request for approval of amendment number 1 to contract item 23-0605, State of New Mexico Aging and Long-Term Services Intergovernmental Agreement number 24-624-400 decreasing the grant amount by $83,000, resulting in a new not to exceed amount of $230,120. And a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution decreasing FY 24 revenue and expenses for the Community Services Foster Grandparent Program by $27,000. And a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution decreasing the FY 24 revenue and expenses for the Community Services Senior Companion Program by $64,000. And a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution increasing the FY 24 revenue and expenses for the Community Services Retired Senior Volunteer Programs by $8,000.
Can I get a motion on this before we take it up?
Mr. Mayor, I've got to recuse myself.
Oh, this is the one you wanted to recuse. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Counselor Garcia needs to step outside, so we'll let that happen now.
Thank you. I'd like to recuse myself from this item as I work for the federal agency that administers these grant programs in question.
Thank you. All right, Counselor Garcia is stepping outside to recuse himself.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and there's a second from Counselor Castro. Is there discussion of this item? Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Can we get Counselor Garcia back in? Oh, good.
Point of
All right.
order, did we miss item K? Wasn't item K pulled off?
Yes,
Oh.
we're going back to that now. Right? Oh, yeah, we skipped it. Well, no, it comes after. We're alphabetically correct. Can you take us to the next item?
That was my fault for being alphabetically correct.
Okay, we're ready for the next item, Madam
The
Clerk.
next item is 9K. It's a request for approval of amendment number 1 to professional services agreement item 23-0563 with Community Solutions DBA Vincent's Legacy LLC to extend the term to June 30th, 2025 for operation of low income housing units. And we have Youth and Family Services Division Director Julie Sanchez here for questions.
Can I get a motion before we go to Counselor Castro and also to Ms. Sanchez?
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve and there's a second. Would you like a quick overview before you get the floor? Or do you want, yeah, why don't you explain to people who are watching or listening what this item does, and then the counselor can proceed with some questions.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Castro. So the Santa Fe Suites is it's actually an exciting city project that happened in 2020. The city used pandemic relief money to purchase a motel under Community Solutions is the group in partnership with St. Elizabeth Shelter. The facility, I have Cody Minnick here, who's the project manager over at Affordable Housing. The Santa Fe Suites provides housing, mixed housing, both low income and housing for people who are formerly unsheltered. And remind me how many units we have. 120 units currently that service that population. One of the it's a great model, and one of those reasons why is because they provide services on site for the individuals staying there. So that includes both employment, behavioral health, counseling services, case management. They do have somebody who frequently will do AOD, alcohol and other drug assessments. And so the individuals who stay there have the full support services as they transition into permanent housing.
Okay, Counselor Castro.
Right. And so this amendment, if I'm correct, changes the timeline. Is that correct? Why did that have to change? Can you just give us an update on the project and why that's changing?
Yes, that's a great question, Mr. Mayor, Counselor Castro. So when we entered into a contract, my office is actually providing funding for supportive services. And so at the time, there was a gap in service where they were hiring case managers and also bringing on a new drug and alcohol counselor. And so because of that gap in service, they weren't able to fully expend the contract until they had those personnel in place. And so now that they have that in place, they're able to expend their contract. So they wanted to make sure that they extended the term so they would spend down all that funding.
Perfect. And those have been filled, those vacancies at this point?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Castro, yes, they have.
Perfect. And those were all my questions. I don't know if, but I
Good.
cede.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions on this item? No? Oh, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Sure, Mayor, may I confirm who made the second? Thank you, Counselor. Okay, Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Thank you both. Take us to the next item, please.
The next item is 9O. It's a request for approval of the reimbursement certification with the Department of Finance and Administration for appropriation 23-ZH9298 for $95,000 for the purchase of security cameras and systems at municipal parks with a reversion date of June 30th, 2024, and a request for approval of a budget amendment resolution to put $95,000 into FY 24 Parks and Open Space Fund revenue and $95,000 into FY 24 budget Parks and Open Space contracts. And we have Parks and Open Space Division Director Melissa McDonald here for questions.
Can I get a motion before we go to that?
Go ahead, Counselor. Second.
The motion, and there's a second. Director McDonald, could you give all of us here and those watching and listening an overview about this item, and then we'll go to questions.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, councilors. This is a reimbursement from a junior appropriation for security cameras within the parks. The parks that were affected were Frenchie's Field, the MRC, and our supply yard. It is to primarily replace cameras that are outdated with more modern ones that store data longer and are more effective. And we're excited to have the opportunity to upgrade.
Thank you. Counselor Garcia, you were the one who asked this to be taken off of consent. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. McDonald or Director McDonald. Quick couple questions for you. Are any of these cameras going to be just kind of out looking at the public? From your opening description, it seemed as if it's more so to watch over equipment and property versus just having view of the public. So can you help clarify that for anybody that might be interested in this?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, councilors, that is correct. This is only within the parks. It's really focused at protecting items of value, things that can be vandalized, damaged. It's to protect the equipment and the park.
Okay, thank you. And then as far as the data, the recordings, can you help the public understand what happens with that?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, councilors, the data that is collected is stored for 30 days after it's collected. It is reviewed by our ranger program and goes to IT. It can be pulled down, say if an incident occurs by the police department, and that at that point, it would be under state law that is governed. But we only store that data for 30 days. It's protected who views that data, and it's totally controlled by the city. It's not open to the public.
Thank you, Director McDonald. And then last question, you had mentioned that these are new cameras replacing old equipment. Are there any plans to place cameras at any additional parks, or is just the plan right now to update the aged out equipment?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, counselors, at the moment, we're focusing just on parks that have already been pre-approved through council approval, and we're replacing outdated equipment. However, I think there is some interest in expanding that, and I think at that point, we would come through the correct process to do so.
Well, that's all the questions I had. Thank you, Director McDonald. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Other questions on this item? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Lindell? Counselor Romero Worth?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett? Counselor Castro?
Yes.
Counselor Travis?
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, Madam Clerk, the next item that was taken from consent.
The next item is 9Q. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Mayor Ellen Weber. It's a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2024-2025 operating budget. We have the Finance Director, Emily Oster, and the Budget Officer, Andy Hopkins, here for questions.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and there is a second.
Mayor,
Counselor Merrill.
I'd love to say a few things, but I, of course, deferred to you.
No, I think tradition has been in the past that the chair of the Finance Committee has had an opportunity to give us a report on the proceedings of the Finance Committee that led to the budget coming to the governing body. And before we get to questions or any presentation from Finance, I think your framing remarks are most welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I did want to talk a little bit about the process and the journey that this budget has taken since it was brought forward by the mayor, as is required by the city's charter. But before I do that, I do want to thank the staff that have been working on this for some time. And I think it's not only the Finance Committee staff, the budget staff, but the staff across city government that have worked to identify needs and evaluate programs and bring forward recommendations for funding for the next fiscal year that starts July 1st. I also want to thank the members of the Finance Committee. We did sit for 7 days, not the whole day, but most afternoons and one morning to review this budget and to visit with staff about programs we're aware of, how they're going. We had the opportunity to hear about new programs. We had the opportunity to hear about challenges, and I appreciate that time. And as finance chair, I think there's a couple of exciting developments that's going to help us take a deeper dive into the budget as we move forward. One we heard about during the audit report is the Questica software, which is budgeting software that will be instrumental to the staff in preparing the budget, but it will be also a tool for the governing body to use to provide oversight and to see how the budget is implemented over time. And I'm looking forward to using that tool, to doing more than this sort of one-shot opportunity that we get when a new budget is brought forward, but to be able to look throughout the year at budgets across city government and to see how the money is being spent, where there is, you know, are we spending appropriately for where we are in the year? Are there programs that maybe were good ideas that have run into some sort of glitch and, you know, the funding isn't being spent quite the way it was identified? I think these will all be important factors for us moving forward. And certainly the other thing that's exciting is that we will be caught up with audits next week when the FY23 audit is submitted to the state auditor. And so going forward, we'll be able to use audited numbers, and I think that will be a significant improvement for providing oversight on this budget. I want to clarify a few things. It's been said that the council can't add to this budget, meaning we can't just propose a program and say, spend whatever the dollar amount is to implement it. And that's because state law requires that we have a balanced budget, and we can't spend more than we take in. So our finance staff spends a good amount of time, and we have an economist on contract that works with the finance committee and provides presentations about where we think revenues will be in the coming year. And that information is then taken to really define the pie that we're working with. And from there, then what needs to happen is a prioritization. And of course, there are things we can't do everything we want to do. I will say I was happy this year that prior to the budget coming forward, the administration and the budget staff did meet with counselors. We were able to talk about our priorities, some of the things that we were seeing, and questions we had. And I think that was a great opportunity because it's sometimes easier to get money in the budget before it's introduced than after. That said, we do have the ability to amend this budget, but we do have to work within the pie that we think that we'll have in the coming fiscal year. So any amendment that's brought forward to change something has to identify where the money is going to come from in that predefined pie. So I will, for those of you who didn't come and spend 7 days with us through these budget hearings, this year, each department budget across city government passed the finance committee unanimously. And the entire budget was recommended to this governing body unanimously by the finance committee. And I think that's a little bit unusual. In the years that I've been on the finance committee, we have presented amendments. And they haven't been extensive, but there have been things that in our review we have identified as either missing or perhaps needing more, needing some sort of tweak. And so the finance committee has over the years I've been participating, amended budgets that were presented to us. I don't know why this year the budgets passed unanimously, each department, and then unanimously as a whole. Maybe that was because of the meetings that were held with counselors prior to the budget being brought forward by the administration. Maybe it's the prioritization this year, which is on people, and the fact that we know with the class and comp study that we are not competitive in the market in terms of what we're offering in salaries. In fact, we're somewhere around 18% below market. And so I think maybe the unanimity was partially a reflection of supporting the prioritization of investing in the city's workforce. And I think we've seen already through some rapid hiring events that that work, the first phase, is paying off, and we have been successful in making hires that will help the city provide services and do the things that we should be doing as a city government. And so I'm excited about that. And I think that is a priority that perhaps we've all recognized, and maybe that's a reason for the unanimity that we've seen. I also want to point out that while the budget does show some decreases in line items, I think Councilor Lindell on the first day of our hearings pointed out that that does not mean we are cutting services. And there are real explanations for that decrease, which I think I'll let our budget officer, Andy Hopkins, speak to, because he can probably do that better and more technically than I can at this point. But this budget is not a flat budget. It does not decrease services, and it does invest in people. It does invest in our workforce, which should increase our capacity to do more, to do the work of city government. And with that, Mr. Mayor, those are kind of an opening framing and a few points I wanted to make. And again, thank you for everybody who's participated in this.
Thank you. And I would point out that some of the finance committee hearings were attended by Councilor Castro, who was able to make them, and that's much appreciated. As a participation is really critical in all of those areas.
Yeah, I'll just take the opportunity. Thank you. The committee was very gracious. I learned a lot. Thank you.
So I think before we get to comments, questions from the governing body, Director Oster, do you have anything you want to say to not just the governing body, but to everybody in the city of Santa Fe about this budget, the process of pulling it together, the roles of all of our department heads in bringing their priorities forward, the fact that, as Councilor Maraworth mentioned, you did sit down with members of the city council to get input. All of that is part and parcel of how you build a budget. It takes months and months and months of work, and it is framed always by the amount of revenue available to put in different parts of our city's priorities. But again, the work you've been doing in finance, landing the audit, bringing forward a budget, it's a Herculean task, and congratulations to you, your team, and to all the people who are here tonight representing the city's departments who were instrumental in bringing their priorities and plans forward for evaluation, and as much as possible for the budget to contain those recommendations from department heads.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body. You know, I will say about the budget process that we really tried to solicit input from leaders within city government and from leaders on the city council as we developed the recommended budget. I think, you know, one thing about budgeting is that the need is always greater than the resources available, and every budget involves making difficult choices. And so, you know, this budget was no exception, but I feel incredibly proud of the result. I think that the investment in personnel through comp and class, across the board cost of living increases, and critical benefits such as health insurance is building a strong foundation that will allow us to achieve incredible things that wouldn't be possible without that investment in personnel. So from my perspective, this operating budget, which is our recurring expenditures, directs resources to our greatest asset, which is our team. The people of the city, the employees of the city are what make the city work. And this budget really, prioritizes directing our scarce recurring general fund dollars to our greatest asset, which is our people. And as we move forward and we consider one-time funding for projects that can be supported that way, I think that this investment in personnel that we're recommending to the council as part of the recommended FY25 budget is going to be essential to the success of those projects as we move forward. And with that, I would like to turn my comments over to our expert, Mr. Andy Hopkins, who is such an incredible resource to the city. He has over 22 years of experience with city government, and Andy will take you through an overview of the recommended budget, and then myself and our team, all of the department directors who are here in the room and helped with the process of developing this budget recommendation, the budget team, the city manager, city attorney, the city clerk, we're all here to answer any questions that you might have about the recommended budget. So with that, I've said too much. I'm going to turn it over to the person you really want to hear from, who is Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, and thank you, Director Oster. I won't reiterate too much, what Council Romero Worth, the mayor, and Director Oster all have said. This is a very people-focused budget. It is focused on bringing our employees up to speed into a modern classification and compensation system. An update to this system is long overdue. It has caused problems with the recruitment, retention, all kinds of problems. And, I'll be very brief. The only thing I will add is that everything else you see in this budget, every program that has ever come before council, every project, every grant that you see, none of that happens without people to make it happen. This administration is really focused on making sure that we get the class and comp done, to make that happen. And really that's, the biggest element of this budget by far is the implementation of the class and comp study recommendations. The budget includes $8 million for implementing these recommendations. In addition, on top of that, the mayor's budget includes a 3% cost of living adjustment for all employees. And as has been mentioned by a few folks, there was also a substantial increase in fixed insurance costs, the amount of $2 million that, these are costs that really can't be avoided. As I say, they're fixed costs to maintain the city's insurance coverage. So, that was really all of our challenges this year. Get that $8 million funded for the class and comp, get that 3% COLA added on top of it, plus the $2 million for the risk insurance increase. All at a time where we are seeing our GRT revenues, which represent approximately 70% of the revenue budget, leveling off. We had seen really steady growth after the COVID pandemic subsided. That has really leveled off, particularly in the current fiscal year. We're not really seeing a decline yet, but we are definitely seeing the growth going away and it really becoming more flat. So these are all just the major challenges that have affected us in getting this budget put together. That said, many of the priorities of the mayor and the governing body are still being funded. And as far as housing and homelessness goes, the budget includes $4.6 million for home buyer and low income housing assistance, $150,000 in support for the city's homeless case management and shelter. The budget includes many items to protect the environment, including a continuation of the $500,000 allocation for the clean energy program, and $2.8 million for the ongoing water conservation program. The budget invests in local jobs in the local economy, including $975,000 for local economic development projects administered by the Economic Development Department. Also, in that budget, $359,000 in support for local entrepreneurs and $175,000 for business incubation and small business resources. The budgeting also invests in improving customer service for the citizens of Santa Fe, including $170,000 for the ongoing land development code review process, $1.7 million for a customer portal and improved customer service at the city's public utility department, and $125,000 for abatement of nuisance properties and shopping cart removal. Just a few more here. The city through this budget is also investing in improving infrastructure and the quality of life. It includes $1.1 million for streets improvements, street lights and traffic signals, $835,000 for beautification of parks, open spaces and arroyos. The budget invests in sustaining the tourism economy, including $4.2 million for promotion of Santa Fe tourism and $385,000 for various community events. So just to stress that, you know, the class and comp, the GRT leveling off, these were real challenges for us, but we are maintaining our investments in some of the, you know, in the high priority things that I discussed. And just one more note, I want to keep it brief. Just one more note. One of the things that came up quite often in the finance committee hearings was, why does it seem like, and Councilor Romero Worth mentioned this earlier as well, why does it seem like the budget went down in so many areas from the current year's budget to next year's budget? And this is something that we see quite often. What we present in the budget book, just to be very clear, is not the original budget for the current year. It is the current budget as of mid-year for the current. So that tends to include a lot of things that are not included in the original budget due to timing issues, due to all sorts of things. One of the biggest things is carry forward for grants, CIP projects, things of that nature, capital outlay such as police vehicles that can take a very long time to get assembled and delivered. You know, there's ARPA grant funding, there's several grants. All these things really tend to inflate the current year budget. So it looks like a decrease, but when you actually look, and this is referenced on page 6 of the budget book, when you look at the budget compared to last year's original budget, which is really more of the current year's original budget, which is more of an apples to apples comparison, the budget actually reflects a general fund expenditure increase of approximately 7.8 million or 6%. And when you're looking at the all funds expenditures budget of $440.1 million, this reflects an increase of $36.7 million or 9% when compared to the current original budget. And so just want to have everybody keep that in mind, that, you know, this is not a reduction in services. This is not actually even a reduction in the budget. We are continuing to maintain the city's highest priorities, the governing bodies and the mayor's highest priorities, while also investing in our workforce. I think that really needs to be remembered as kind of the theme of this budget, if you will. And with that, I will shut up and sit for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. I think what we'll do is just go down the line and give everybody an opportunity to either address what they find of interest in the budget, or if there are specific questions in parts of the budget that bear interest, let's just give everybody an equal opportunity.
We go to the people who called the item first, Mr. Mayor? I mean, who pulled the
Oh,
item? 'Cause this is on
absolutely.
Consent.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Counselor Garcia, you have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the reason I said that is because as a person who does not sit on Finance Committee, this is the first time I've really had the opportunity to speak to this. I've watched every single budget hearing through YouTube recording, so I understand what happened after the fact. But this is my first time to really ask questions. I appreciate the investment that's being made in our workforce. And I really appreciate that we're implementing the class and comp in one fell swoop. I know when class and comp was brought before us in December, there was that determination, do we do it in a staggered phase or do we do it all at once? And I was in favor of doing it all at once, and I'm thankful that we're doing it that way. With that being said, I don't know who, maybe the city manager can ask this question. There is money for class and comp for the ASME union staff, and we're including it in the budget, and due to ongoing negotiations, that's why it hasn't been implemented for ASME union staff. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, two things. I'm going to ask if our HR Director Bernadette Salazar can come up and speak to that point. But I want to correct something. We are not implementing class and comp in one fell swoop. It is being implemented over a number of steps over the next about year and a half or so to 2 years. And I believe if not Director Salazar, Director Oster can speak to that here in a moment. Okay. I'll defer to Director Salazar right now.
Okay, because I thought I heard Mr. Hopkins just say that we're spending roughly $8 million on class and comp.
Over the next 2 years, yes, sir.
Over the next 2 years, not in this budget, but over the next 2 years.
I will defer
Okay.
to the HR Director and the Budget Director or the Finance Director to speak to that.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Michael Garcia, yes, there is an allocation for the AFSCME bargaining unit, and it's subject to collective bargaining negotiations.
Okay, and so how much, because it was my understanding it was, and I'm going to go off of rough sketch numbers just because I don't have them right in front of me, but it was about $7 million to implement it. We had 1.2 saved. How much are we implementing this year?
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, the total amount budgeted in the FY25 budget for all class and comp increases is approximately 8 million. Now, this is not for one, just a couple things to stress. This does not 100% of the class and comp. In some areas like the fire union, 100% of the class and comp studies are included in the FY25 budget. In other areas, such as ASME, there is a phased approach where 25% of the increases for bring to minimum of the new salary structure, as well as any increases recommended by the study, 25% will come into effect in the bring to minimum, and the first 25% of any increases will happen at the beginning of FY25. The next 25% will happen in the 12th pay period or the 13th pay period, or sometime in December, mid-year of the budget. The other 50% of the implementation for ASME employees and police union employees, depending on how that is, the negotiations shake out, is currently set aside for FY26 and will be taking place in the next fiscal year after the one that we're talking about in this budget. I also want to mention, in terms of the question about whether the ASME and police union increases are budgeted, they are, but they are not budgeted in the same way. For non-union employees, because there was no outstanding agreement to be discussed, those are budgeted directly in the department's budgets, and they are included in each department's budget that you see here. However, for ASME and police, because those union negotiations are still ongoing, what we did is we calculated the amount that would be needed to implement class and comp to the stage, at the stages that I mentioned before. And that was set aside in the budget in a separate line, because the actual distribution of that will depend on the contract that the unions, agree to. The set aside for ASME is included in the HR general fund budget. The set aside for police union increases is included in the police administration budget. So it is budgeted, it's just budgeted in a little bit different way because we do not have a final agreement on how that will be distributed.
Okay. And just because I thought I heard you again say there's roughly $8 million this year for class and comp. And then the study that was given to us in December estimated the full implementation at I think it was $7 million. So how are we not fully implementing it if we're actually allocating more than what was estimated in the report that was given to us in December?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Michael Garcia, I'm not sure that the 7 million included benefits. And also we take into consideration a cost factor for every year that it's not implemented, we're increasing. So for example, the cost of living that we'd be implementing if the budget is approved, then our pay scale will increase accordingly. So we take that into consideration as well. In addition, if people get raises, in addition to the cost of living, if they get promoted, those numbers are going to change every pay period depending on employee salaries at that given time.
Okay, thank you, Director Salazar.
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Garcia, could I just have
Sure.
him speak to one other thing,
Yeah.
which is there is money in the current year's budget for class and comps, which is what led to some of the raises that we've already started. So it's this year, it's the fiscal year that we're adopting the budget for, and then next year, we're going to need additional money to fully implement. And I just want to make sure everybody's clear that it is phased over at least 3 years.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero Worth, that is correct. For non-union employees and for fire union employees, the current FY24 budget already includes some amounts for the beginning of class and comp. Because those unions are non-union, obviously, there's no union to negotiate with. Fire union has approved their contract.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And since you're here, Director Salazar, I had a question. I think it falls in your bucket, which is money for the down payment assistance program for first responders. Does that fall into you or Director Ladd's bucket? I know in the past it worked through you, but I didn't know if it was yours or Director Ladd's.
I think Director Ladd is coming to the microphone at this point to address that.
And I guess just the overall question is, are we appropriating money this year as we have the past 2 years for a down payment assistance program?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, shortly you will be hearing from Cody Minnick about our annual action plan, and he will also talk about the funding recommendations that were made by the Community Development Commission and down payment assistance mortgage. It's really a mortgage assistance is well represented in that list. 3 of our providers are offering programs for mortgage assistance. We are not specifying that the assistance go to first responders at this point in time. We realized that we had the tax implications of an employer assisting their employees was something that was really tricky to work out. So what we are going to do in this upcoming year is have our mortgage assistance providers really focus their outreach efforts on those members of our workforce, but not restrict the funds to those folks.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that because I've been pushing for the entire workforce to have the opportunity to participate in this program. So I guess maybe we can talk about this later, but there was through the previous 2 budgets, $1.5 million. Is that carrying forward and now everybody is going to be available that 1.5, and then how much are we appropriating this year? I guess it's a follow-up.
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, the funds were not carried, they were not drawn down essentially. So there was no refunding of the program the second year. We carried forward the funds from the first year. This year, the funds were rolled into the funding recommendation made by the Community Development Commission.
Okay. Thank you. And Director Ladd, since you're here, I've got a question for you on affordable housing. It was stated that we are appropriating $3 million again this year to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Is any of that money rollover from the previous year, or is it $3 million of brand new appropriated money?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, the amount is actually $3,877,000 and a little bit of change. The $877,000 is new money that represents revenue collected from developer fees. In terms of, I'm more of an expert on the user end of the budget, so I would defer the question of new money versus rollover money to my colleagues in the finance department.
Okay. Mr. Hopkins, might you be able to clarify that?
Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, the $3 million that you're referencing is actually going to be presented to council on I believe it's scheduled for May 28th as part of the one-time list of expenditures, including capital and other one-time expenses. The reason we're putting it on the one-time list is that this is meant to be a bridge until the city's 3% excise tax kicked in and the affordable housing is fully funded by that program. So this is what you could call a bridge to that point, to where the money is available through the excise tax and a dedicated revenue source for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. There will be an oncoming request, but that's a completely different process. The matter at hand is the budget, where there is $3 million appropriated to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And I guess my question is that new resources, or is that carryover from previous fiscal year budget?
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, there's actually $4.6 million allocated for affordable housing programs, including the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and $3 million infusion to support the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, including that new money, that $4.6 million. The transfer from the general fund to support that is what we're talking about adding to on May 28th as part of the one-time money. The actual funding within Affordable Housing Trust Fund for these programs is already included in this budget that you see here. So we're just talking about the transfer to support the fund coming along to you later. The actual program support, including the $4.6 million for affordable housing activities, is already included in the budget.
So I guess how can we be appropriating money that we haven't even approved yet? So that's so I don't know how I can get the answer to this besides saying how much of, because it went from 3.8 million now to 4.6, how much of that is revenue that was allocated through a previous year's budget? How much of that money is allocated that is new revenue? And the reason I ask is I know that we've had some challenges getting the money out the door. And so it's allowed for that fund to build up, which is great, but it's meant we carried the funds forward. So how much of the funds were appropriated through a previous budget year? How much of it is being appropriated this year?
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, at this point, none. We do not, in the original budget, we do not budget for carry forward. There will be several carry forward requests from affordable housing and from many other entities when the new fiscal year begins. This budget, except in very, very limited, rare circumstances, which do not apply to affordable housing, does not include any carry forward requests. The reason being, till the fiscal year ends, we do not know how much is available to carry forward, how much will be spent by the end of the year, and therefore how much of a remaining balance remains of those previous budget appropriations to carry forward. So everything you see in the budget is new money. There is a portion of it that is supported by Affordable Housing Trust Fund revenue. I don't remember the exact amount. I think it was $877,000 of that is from actual earnings from in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, independent of any amounts that were transferred from other funds. The rest was envisioned to come to you as part of the separate one-time funding process to show that, you know, this is not intended to be the 4.6 million that we have in there is intended to be a recurring expenditure that will keep going on in the future. However, the money transferred from the general fund to help support this fund is envisioned as a one-time expense, a bridge funding strategy, if you will, until the affordable housing excise tax is fully in place and beginning to earn enough money to support the affordable housing budget.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. I think what might be beneficial, maybe for myself and for the public, is to have a presentation on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. How much money has been currently sits in there? What have we appropriated over the past couple of years? That way we have a clear picture of when the excise tax kicks in, we begin to have a clear understanding of how much resources are coming in through excise tax, how much is being put in through our budget, the operating budget that we approve. And so I would like to see something similar or something like that in the future. I'll get into now the council budget. This was something that when I reviewed the budget book, definitely was surprised to see the great increase that was there for the city council in particular. Reason being was that as a counselor, I was not consulted on that portion of the budget. And I would think that as a counselor, we would be asked, how do you develop your budget? What do you want in your budget, et cetera? And so I learned of that money getting the budget book. And I learned of the plan through the hearings that took place in regards to there is a proposed study to be conducted that from Mr. Hopkins, if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, that's going to cost roughly $60,000. And then there's, you know, a couple $100,000 for potential hiring of staff. So I guess my question is, why wasn't City Council consulted on that? As that's a big change. And to learn about that through the budget process, I shouldn't find that out during a meeting. I should find that out beforehand as budgets are being consulted. And I think all respect should be given to the city council, just as it's given to department directors as their budgets are being created. And they have to come and justify why the number is that it is in the proposed budget. I can't do that when I have not been consulted on that. So I don't know who would be the appropriate person to ask. Mr. Hopkins, city manager, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, can I?
I think Councilor Mayor Worth has a comment, and I as well would like to clarify the situation.
Yeah, so if I can, Counselor, on March 18th, we did receive an email from Alexis Latero, who's the Assistant Finance Director, asking us to review the information detailed below for the council's budget. Let me know if you would like to budget the current amounts for FY25 or make changes. And it says for new council members, I left the amounts from the former councilors. Please respond by close of business Thursday, March 21st. That chart, when you go dig it out of your emails, does not include the 300,000 that has been added or that was added and is included in the budget. And I will tell you that in my meetings with the finance team and with the mayor, I did advocate for money to be put in the budget for the council to begin to formulate how we would like to be supported by our own staff. And so, as I have said, this is the beginning of that process. There'll be a study. It will all be able, who we hire and, that person, whoever that team is or person, will certainly be in contact with all of us individually to find out kind of what we're thinking. They'll probably make recommendations based on what they know about providing staff to governing bodies. So I think, you will be consulted more on this particular proposal, and we'll definitely have the opportunity, as will everyone on this dais, to form it. So it's really just a pot of money. There's $300,000 that the administration put in, and there's also the movement of the staff, the council liaison position that was in community services in the city clerk's office has been moved over to the council budget, and I think that's roughly 88,000 it's something like that. I don't have the number right in front of me, but so that money is also over there. So it's about 388,000. In there is $60,000 for a study, and then we need to determine how we want to use that money to support the work of the council. Thank you, Mayor.
But I think that it's an ongoing conversation that goes back quite a few years. There was a time when I think Councilor Lindell, among others, was very interested in having, if not one staff person per counselor, at least some ability to divvy up staff support. I know Councilor, when she was on the governing body, Councilor Villarreal was very interested in that as well. There was an amendment made that I think Councilor Maraworth, you brought forward that would deal with the issue about hiring of people where it isn't automatically done through the city manager in order to give council members that latitude. So we've been working on this step forward, one step back, looking at a way to add some resources to the members of the city council. I think we all know that while the charter says you're not full-time, the truth is you are quite full-time. And that the work of being on city council is arduous and time-consuming, and that the assistance of some kind of support has been talked about, and in this instance teed up in this budget so that, first of all, there could be an agreement about how best to implement it. I don't think there is one way to do it. I don't think there is a unanimous version of staffing that would work for everybody, which is one of the reasons it's gone back and forth a couple times. There were different visions or different proposals for how to flesh that out. So I think in this particular budget, the step-by-step process is set aside some money, but first set aside a specific amount that you all could collaborate on to come up with a way to allocate staff so that it works for everybody. It's fair. It doesn't put people at odds with each other. It really builds the capacity of council members to do their jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that additional information from yourself and Councilor Maraworth, because for the record, the email that came to us on the 18th had a total council budget of $120,000. And that had been the same budget that hadn't been before us the last couple of years. So I didn't have any concern or questions for Ms. Otero on that. And that's when I saw the number. I was like, wait, this isn't what was presented to us back in March. So that's when my ears started to perk. I guess my other question is, I know there's a proposed study now in this $60,000. I'd like to learn more, and I don't know if we can get details now or who would be the appropriate person, is just to learn more about what that study is. I mean, is that study going to look at bringing in staff for council? Is that study going to look at making counselors full-time? I think at the end of the day, we got to understand these are taxpayer dollars, and how can we get the best use out of that dollar for the public? And would it be more beneficial for a counselor to be full-time, or would it be more beneficial for a counselor to be part-time and have a staff person? And I think that's what I would like a study to really review, as well as if there are staff, what are the duties that would be done? And so I think that kind of gets me into my next question of how can we appropriate hundreds of thousands of dollars when we don't even have a position description for these proposed positions? Because it might take a highly qualified person to come on board to fill this role.
Yeah, I think your questions are right on target. I think the point of the study it speaks exactly to your second question, which is we know that there is and has been for quite a few years now interest in, and in fact, a sense of urgency among members of the city council that they have some support. How to effectuate that has never been completely worked out.
Can I add just a little bit of context from our meeting when we did have this discussion? Because Councilor Garcia, I think this was this was a topic of conversation among the finance committee. And we did discuss that, the money is allocated, and then we as a governing body or as a city council, sorry, man, you're not involved in this one, are going to need to figure out how we want to utilize these dollars, what we would like to see in a study. And so that is forthcoming. And of course, as we discussed earlier, the complications around quorums. And so something that we as a team are going to need to discuss how we move both the study as well as staffing forward. But that was definitely a topic of conversation at the budget hearing, discussing these dollars, and that it is really going to be up to us how we figure out next steps and figure that out as a council.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Cassidy. I really appreciate that. I just ask that all the council be involved in the process, because it's also quite concerning to me that one councilor can really influence the budget by hundreds of thousands of dollars without any consultation of the full governing body. So I think this is a process that we all need to be involved in. I understand that there are challenges around quorum issues, but we've broken each other up in two separate groups in the past and got the work done in that manner. And I think that's how we best need to move forward, just because I think there are going to be many differing opinions on how we move forward with those potential resources.
Councilor Garcia, can I respond to that?
Sure.
So I think that's directed at me. Did not only one counselor affect this. This, again, I think, as the mayor suggested, has been something that various counselors have been asking about, have been wanting for some time. The first step, I think, occurred a year or two ago when we fixed the rules around that were sort of preventing us from being able to hire directly our own staff. The county commission, they hire directly one staff person per commissioner, and they do it directly. They work for their particular commissioner. And so we had rules in our ordinances that prevented us from doing that. So the first step, of course, was to pave the path for us to be able to hire. Nothing has, this budget is being brought in front of you for your consideration. Nothing has been decided. We have to figure out how to go forward. And I think you're right that having, maybe we do like we're going to do the audit briefings, not with a quorum. There'll be 3 or 4 of us at a time, and we'll have to designate, I will have to figure out what staff person is kind of the conduit. Maybe we'll need to do a public works study session. All of these things still need to be worked out, particularly a job description about what it is the council wants and seeks. And I think we all will probably use, much like the county commissioners do, a staff person in different ways. I think we have different needs and different strengths and different things that we'll want. And so I see that potentially that job description being pretty broad, so that it can meet the needs of each of us individually. So again, I don't think you've missed out on anything, and I think this is not one counselor influencing the budget. If we're all talking about it tonight, we're all involved, and multiple counselors over multiple years have been talking about this, asking about this, exploring this, and here we are finally with a little bit of money to actually work with and figure out what we want, what we need, and to actually make it happen. Thank you, Mayor.
I think your colleague had raised a hand up.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I just, I think that it is important that we kind of identify the nuts and bolts of what would be involved. If you're looking at one administrative assistant for every single counselor up here, you're doubling the size and the cost of what we're doing here. And again, I believe that it is really important that we make sure we know exactly the direction that we're going, what the costs are and how that's going to work out. And I think that is where the direction is headed and would be headed. I don't know that I would fully support doubling what the cost of this is, but at the same time, taking a look overall as what kind of effect it'll have on the ability of us as governing body and elected officials to do the will of the people. Just my comments. Thank you.
Councilor Garcia, I have a question for you, because you've got the floor right now. It's 10 after 7. I wonder if we could hit pause on the budget and go to petitions from the floor and then come back to the budget. I think you earlier pointed out that the budget takes time, but we have people who have come for their opportunity to speak to us. If that's, you've been very gracious about holding the floor and asking these questions. Is there
I'm moved to lay this item on the table. We can go immediately to petitions from the floor and then resume this.
Second.
Great. So we're going to lay this on the floor. Well, we're going to vote on laying this on the floor, and then we will lay it on the table, pick it off of the floor. So that's the motion in front of the governing body. And let's vote on it. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Terrific. So what we will do now is move to petitions from the floor, both those who are here in the chamber and those who may be in the Zoom room. Please come up, get in line so that you'll get your turn. Everybody gets 2 minutes to speak to any topic they want that is not a public hearing. And the city clerk will keep the clock. When the buzzer goes off, please respect the fact there are others waiting behind you to have an opportunity to speak. So with that, would the first person please come to the podium and say give us your name and tell us what you would like to speak about. I don't think the button is, you got to go hit the button down on the base.
Okay, my name is Stephen Fox. I'm founder of United Nations Santa Fe, a great work in progress that some of you have written letters to the Secretary of State and some of you have not. Your mayor's secretary did, and the stenographer who's not here. I don't know. You don't communicate back to me when I send you communications. asking you to do this, but we made some great progress. Things are looking good in the fiscal department, I think, for you, because your fiscal processes are much more solvent than the Biden administration, who's borrowing billions of dollars from China to give to Israel and Ukraine, and forgetting about the massive conflagration and genocide that's going on in Sudan. So I have to commend you for fiscal, what's the right word? Conservatism, solvency. And also tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon at 4, from 4 to 8, I'm cordially inviting any of you or all of you or any of your international friends in particular to, I'm having a planning discussion at this, on the second floor in the library, from 4 to 8 p.m. And all sorts of things will be discussed. I have no idea. There could be 10 people there, there could be 200, but it'll be interesting. And thank you. I brought my friend from the Dominican Republic who wants to speak, and then I guess maybe Omar, you want to talk? Okay. So it's real. The United Nations Santa Fe is real.
Thank you, sir.
I heard from Liberia, and the most interested in what we're doing here is the UN ambassador from Kuwait. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Sassi. I'm gay Israeli and Jewish that live in Santa Fe. I work here, pay taxes, donate money, and volunteer with the Santa Fe community. Today, I came here to tell you that I'm worried about you and our future because I think you have been manipulated by our own enemies, those that hate you, and they dance in the street when America is hurt. Your enemy understands your weakness, your caring heart, and use your democracy as an excuse to burn your flag and use democratic words, free freedom, while they murder, gutted, rape, steal, beheaded, and burn babies, kids, women, and their pets, all for an excuse of free Palestine. You don't need to be a professor to understand that something is wrong. Look at the way that they protest, so violent, so loud. Remind me Hamas that use kids and babies and weak people as human shields. They'll build their army camp under hospital and schools and spread anti-Semitism in our free country. I heard a lot of yes. I'm happy that you are happy, but ignorant. I thought Santa Fe is proud of their helping the minority, the LGBTQ community, that being executed by those that you support today, those that give zero women rights. I guess they could confuse you and think that we are your enemy. So as your fake enemy, on September 11, I want to remind you, we in Israel were crying and were sad, while in Gaza, they celebrate your own people death. I guess you forgot that Israelis and Jews are the minority in the world, and we are being executed and murdered from the history began. I don't know how, but we have this gene to continue life after regular bus exploded or massive shooting on the street, being bombing with missiles with the same excuse of Holocaust 1, and now it's Holocaust 2. I will finish in a second, really, one more second.
Please wrap it up.
On October 7, I was in bombing and siren and smell of death in the street, and sadness was super dominate. I lost friends in the Nova Festival, and I have friends only legs or other organ why they went to Love and Peace Festival.
Thank you, sir.
My 84, thank you guys. I just think that and all the young people are leaving.
Thank you.
And don't focus on those things. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer. I'm Dr. Jennifer Duransley, a resident of District 2. So thank you to my city councilors who represent me. Allow me to express my gratitude for your dedication as city councilors and the work you do. I've met with Ms. Casnet, I've met with Garcia, and I just appreciate your time. I'm here tonight to talk about the city summer program. I must bring something to your attention that you might not be aware of. This past weekend, before this past weekend, the city program has 500 spots for 6% of our children in the city. So 8,000 children. It sold out in 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, as soon as the program went live, every spot was taken. That means that all the people that were on the wait list didn't have a chance. People showed up on Saturday trying to get a spot and were turned away because they weren't on the wait list. So the sellout was faster than the Taylor Swift concert. So allow me just to give you some other data. If you're going to a private program, you're paying about $400 a month. If you didn't make it into the city program this last weekend, you're looking at $3,200 for an 8-week program. Women, which there are many on the city council, we bear the brunt of inadequate summer services, often sacrificing our careers due to a lack of support and not returning to the workforce. It undermines gender equality and economic development. It undermines our tourism in our community. This is not just a city concern. It is also a community-wide challenge that demands collective action from our local government. I have just a request for the city. Please be leaders on this in every sense of the word. Please don't say you're doing the right thing right now and you're doing just enough, because you're not. Please, I'm asking each of you to utilize the influence you have to convene people to bring together a committee to look at this. I can tell you as a former deputy cabinet secretary, you're leaving at least $600,000 on the table that's not being utilized. So I ask you to look into it.
Thank you.
Ronald S. Trujillo, Santa Fe. It has come to my attention by reliable sources that the city of Santa Fe once again will not be holding the annual Children's Fishing Derby. Why is this not happening? Resolution 2008-111, which I introduced and the council passed, directs the city of Santa Fe to hold an annual fishing derby on the first Saturday in June. What you have in front of you is Resolution 2012-52, which allows the city to change the date of the derby for anticipated watershed yields or other climatic hydraulic reasons. Alan, I know your mind is set on erasing Santa Fe's rich and proud history. Well, here we have an event that is important to many here in Santa Fe, which your administration deems not worthy to continue. Representative Luciano Lucky Varela would co-sponsor this event with me, as he deemed it a very important event for the children and the citizens of Santa Fe. When did it become practice to disregard past council's resolutions and deem them unworthy of continuing? Events such as the Children's Fishing Derby are an asset to the city of Santa Fe's quality of life, which brings children and families together for a day of fishing and picnicking on the river. Councilors, I was here last year and asked that the Derby be held. Guess what? It wasn't. I was told that it was due to high flows in the Santa Fe River, but how funny when the city can regulate those flows. I know this because I've seen it done. I'm asking those of you on the council who truly care about Santa Fe and its people to find a way to hold the Children's Fishing Derby this year and in years to come. Please don't side with those on this council whose intent is to ensure our rich and proud history, traditions, and culture is erased, all in the name of politically correctness and acceptable. The Children's Fishing Derby is a great event that should continue to grow as it brings many Santa Fecinos together to enjoy their river. One last thing, Alan, stop saying me and Amber are Jay Baker. I'm getting sick and tired of hearing from people.
Thank you.
Espinosa Trujillo, proud mestiza. In case you don't know what that means, it's Hispanic and Native American. Tonight, I'm here to remind you why you sit on this dais. You ran and were elected to represent the people. I'm not sure if you have heard, Mayor, but you are being considered to be the little Trump of Santa Fe. You have a huge ego, take zero accountability, lie, cheat, and place blame on everyone each time you fail, which is a lot. Unfortunately, the majority of the city council is falling in step with your power trip. Now they need their own staff and a lawyer? What the hell? Ronnie did the same job and always responded to constituency personally for 12 years while working full-time for the state. Michael, Lee, Pilar, and Alma seem to be able to do it. Why are the rest of you so inept that you need staff? Instead of wasting money looking for Jay Baker, who seems to speak the truth a large percentage of on the issues, why don't you fix the water treatment plant that is poisoning our people with high levels of E. coli? Instead of having staff prep buildings and lots for movies, why don't you let them do their jobs instead? Instead of lying about why you wanted to tear down the elms at Fort Marcy right in time for Zozobra, why don't you explain why Romana Beta has made over $1 million through MJM Security with your administration's help? Do your damn jobs, represent the Santa Fecinos. I have better things to do in retirement than read about your ridiculousness and how you aren't representing the constituency you swore to work for. Put up the statues of Amtua and Katua, give us back the statue of Don Diego de Vargas, and take down that stupid brown box that is representative of the shit show of this administration. By the way, Mayor, good job adding Stephanie Benenacto to your pay committee. Keep those enemies close. And yes, Mayor, you are still a racist toward the Hispanics.
Thank you.
Good evening, city councilors, Alan Weber, our mayor. We had contacted the city regarding the images at 1614 Paseo de Peralta. And I'm gonna
Can you give us?
hold
your
it
name,
up
ma'am?
real quick and just let you get a quick view of what's going on downtown near Farmers Market here in Santa Fe. And I'm a citizen, a long-term resident of New Mexico.
Ma'am, can we get your name, please?
I'm a Catholic and
We need your name for the record.
Sheila Reinick.
Thank you.
So to be brief, this is probably a 30 to 50-foot mural of our Blessed Virgin Mary. Okay. Which is denigrated, defamation of character. It's bloody, it's violent. And you have teenagers and committees approving this, the content of what's going on in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Okay, this is our Catholic faith. And I think we can do better than this and teaching our children what we can and can't paint boundaries. I think it's really important. And the last thing we need in our community is more violence. Also, we have, if you'll turn the page on the particular mural images at 1614 Paseo de Peralta, across from Farmers Market, they're as big and bold as you can be. We have our Blessed Virgin Mary, Mother of God, depicted with a handgun, and written in Latin on the handgun says, silence is golden, with a human skull at the bottom of her feet. And she has a rosary around her neck. And I don't think I need to keep going into all the horrific details of it, but I think as a city, we really need to value people's religions. I know we have a First Amendment right as Catholics, okay? And that is to protect our religious freedom. And this is not protection of our freedom. And I also checked online that the Public Works Division of the city supports this particular venue and this artwork. And we also know that the Public Works also deals with the transportation, the flow of traffic in the city. So let me give you just a brief layout of the street, which is Paseo de Peralta.
Ma'am, I
okay?
think your
And
time
these
is up.
images are there.
Yes, thank you.
Near the railroad tracks.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hope that you will take them down, needless to say. Thank you very
ma'am.
much.
Thank you. Can you step in, can you help with getting in front of the microphone so we can hear?
Written on paper, and she's going to read it for me. That's okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
She introduced herself. She's Lori Zucker. I'm here tonight to speak out about the murals at the Warehouse 21 building. I guess it's the former Warehouse 21 building. One image is depicting Our Lady of Guadalupe with bloody handprints, as you guys can see. And the other, her mouth is covered with a hand of blood. The other is Our Lady with a handgun with a skull at her feet. These murals define our Blessed Virgin Mother of God as defaming. These murals are degenerative and very divisive. What else did you say here?
Can you get in front of the microphone, please?
Some people would say these pictures are free speech, and I say no. I think they're hate speech. They're religious discrimination. Because why would you put a gun in the sinless Virgin Mother of God's hand? And Santa Fe is known as the holy city of faith. And I mean, for other people to come in from other parts of this country and see these pictures displayed, the first thing when they come into Santa Fe is despicable. And I mean, this is defaming to our Blessed Mother and defaming to all Catholics. And we're respectfully asking you to please take these pictures down because, you know, the Catholics, we stand together as one. Please, Catholics, stand up, be counted. And we respectfully ask you to take them down because it's not right. She's the sinless Virgin Mother of God, and she should not be portrayed this way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
James Langenbrunner, the Roybal, speaking on the same subject. I'd like to point out, Mayor and Senora Alma Guadalupe Castro. Hi, I'm in your district. Thank you. I'd like to point out that the previous speakers spoke about this with the machine gun, which is clearly an incitement to violence. They spoke about this, which is meant to represent the Lady of Guadalupe, which represents the Catholic faith in a way that was immediately understood and accepted by the native Mexican Indians and ourselves. It's impossible to describe fully the rich symbolism contained on the tilma of Juan Diego because every detail of color and of form carries a theological message, not like this. This is plagiarism. This is an incitement to violence. This, on the same property, should be acknowledged by your police chief. It says it's diametrically opposed from that image. It's on that same building, on that same property. It says grab weapons, FU, and chaos. This is an incitement to violence. Now, I could imagine that somebody would say that this is protest art, but it's clearly not. It's plagiarism because the stars on the mantle signify that Our Lady comes from heaven, the Queen of Heaven. The constellations are in the exact same as appeared before the Virgin in 1531. When your Andrew Padilla declined during the obelisk, another violent situation, he said, it was preservation, and I quote, September 28, 21, after he resigned, he said, it was preservation of life over property. So the police captain thought that this was a life-threatening procedure. This is the same as the obelisk, sir, and I ask you to please bring this down and stop this as a place for protest art that is violent. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't clap. Please don't clap. We don't boo, we don't clap, we just listen respectfully. Thank you. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
My name is Sage. I'm all for protest art to heal historic traumas and social economic disparities, but that's not why I came tonight. I wanted to make you aware of something. I live in District 2 in public housing with two teenagers with dual citizenship, and I'm 8th generation from a historic Yankee family that settled in tribal land in Massachusetts, Boston, and first generation Black Caribbean American. And the reason why I mention it is because I was raised abroad in South America, Venezuela, and currently I wanted you to know my background because in the last 2 years, there's been a substantial increase of Venezuelan people arriving here in Santa Fe to live and work and study because there is also escaping a humanitarian crisis, the Venezuelan humanitarian crisis. Venezuelan people have experienced 17 years of oil sanctions and blockage, and which allows us to drive and have other commodities. But at the same time, they're attempting to have a social sustainability revolution there. But 8 million people have left Venezuela since 2014. And it's the largest Latin American migration in history. So I returned to the United States after living abroad because of inflation. And I'm lucky that I was born in Washington, D.C., and I qualify for things like public housing and nutrition assistance. And as a parent without childcare, so my family nor corporations could assist me nor resolve for our survival of my 2 kids and I. So I really appreciate the local government funding things, basic human rights like public housing. Today, if I could just have 30 more seconds, today I met this lady. She and her 7-year-old son and 8-year-old daughter walked here. They traveled by land all the way from South America. And at one point, 5,000 people were leaving per day. So please add to your agenda to address Venezuelans in Santa Fe and the humanitarian crisis that they are experiencing. And there's federal funding for the Venezuelan humanitarian crisis. In cities like Denver, Chicago, New York, and others have applied for this funding to assist, and I encourage the city of Santa Fe to do so.
Thank you.
And please start the conversation to tend to the hundreds
Thank
of
you.
thousands of Venezuelans in Santa Fe and in New Mexico.
Thank you very much. Yes, you have the floor.
Counselors, I'm not here to lecture you or tell you what you've done wrong
We-
or.
We do need your name.
Oh, sorry, Kathy Levine. I'm in District 3. I understand that what you do is hard. I understand that you are trying to represent all sides, all people of Santa Fe. I also know that some of you have particular agendas, your public statements, your sneers, your looks at the gallery, your smiles, your waves. I've seen it all tonight. We heard many people talk about the Catholic denigration going on in town. I want to remind you about the Jewish denigration that has been going on. I speak specifically to several of you who don't even look at me when I speak, and yet you are very vocal in your criticism of me, someone who had absolutely nothing to do with what is happening in the world today, other than to live in Santa Fe, worship my God, raise my children, work hard, pay taxes, march in the gay pride parade, march with anti-Islamic phobia happening, march to support Hispanic rights, march to support women's rights. And yet you are supporting a group of people who look at me and think I am a villain, who want to see me dead, who make chants that call for the death of me, my husband, my daughter. Think about that when you're representing all sides. All sides matter.
Thank you.
I'm Terry Rivera. I've been here before you several times before. And today I'm here to protest the murals that have been, are being shown at that 21 building. What I want to ask you though is 21 building owned by the city? Can anybody of you tell me if it's owned by the city? It is owned by the city? Okay, well then I feel that you guys are the ones that have to take that mural down. It is insulting to us. It is insulting to Our Lady. She is the lady, Our Lady, our saint, and she is the mother of the Americas. She is the mother of all of us. And this isn't the first time that she has been shown in this terrible pictures, frames, whatever you want to call them. But anyway, that it is an insult to all of us. And you need to take action and remove them. You can say it's freedom of speech, but if it was a mural for, showing things for the Muslim religion or other religions, you wouldn't take it. So we as Catholics cannot take it either. You need to get rid of it.
Thank you. Please don't clap. Please don't.
What my mom didn't tell you, my name is Donna Rivera. What my mom didn't tell you is that her brother, who lives on Alameda, was told he and his wife put up a political campaign sign for somebody, and they were approached by city representatives that they needed to have it removed. It was on their private property, and they even threatened them with jail time if they did not have the sign removed. So how is it that the city is very up in arms about a big sign for politics, possibly against somebody that they didn't support, but yet they will not take action to remove something that whoever the artist is using cheap, easy way of emotional content to get interest in their artwork. It's cheap, it's easy, it's no talent to do that kind of artwork. You can get attention to your artwork by just doing something offensive. Anyway, so I think that the city needs to look into protecting all of our taxpayer dollars to not just offend people. And that's all I have to offer. But you also do manage to censor other things too when it's on somebody's personal property.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Andrew Tafoya Leverett. I am a New Mexican, descendant of Hispanic heritage and a Jew standing before you today. I made the journey today here from Albuquerque, which I was born. I live there currently, and I made this journey today because I feel that it is important. It takes great courage to stand before a body such as yourselves and be counted and be recognized. Having come to this city, this beautiful city, many times in my past, I've always remarked at it and taken the time to admire this city, the capital of this state, a home of many diverse communities. And in fact, before coming to this body today, I made a point to go to the cathedral not too far from us to read an inscription there. It says above the portal, Hashem Adonai Eloheinu. I mention that today as I stand here before you, a Jew on the coattails of two holidays which we, the Jewish people, have recently celebrated. Purim, which celebrates the miraculous savior of the Jewish people from persecution, from genocidal enemies. And we are taught the genocidal enemies will rise up in each and every generation, and that we must stand against that. Again, another holiday, Pesach or Passover, in which we celebrate the liberation of the Jewish people from slavery and bondage. And I stand here before you today, a Jew, while many of our people are still lamentably in bondage today. On the streets, as you leave this building, I hope you reflect on that. Lincoln Avenue, Abraham Lincoln, the emancipator of people here in the United States of America. I am seeking the emancipation, the freedom of the Jewish people still held in bondage, many Israeli citizens, American citizens as well. I hope that you reflect on that as you leave these chambers today.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Rita Mays. I'm a native Santa Fean, born and raised here. And actually, I walked up to the wall at Warehouse 21 last Saturday. And as I walked up there, and you would notice if you would all go up there, there is scribbling across the image that is there. In fact, the scribbling is there pretty much across the whole span of the building. And also someone has marked the eyelids of the image with McDonald symbols. Also, the bloody hand over the image of the mouth of the image, someone painted black lips on the hand. So this artwork or painting is really been marred, and it's a continuous mockery of the Catholic faith. And I think legally, Mr. Mayor and members of this council, it should be considered graffiti at this point. The condition is just terrible with all the scribbling on it, the markings on it. The painting is peeling. I'm not sure if that's from weather or deliberate, but it's just does not add to the beauty or to beautify Santa Fe. I just based on that, I think legally it should be considered it should be considered graffiti and removed. This image discriminates against the Catholic faith. It's anti-Catholic and it's offensive to Catholics. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I respectfully ask you to remove this supposedly artwork. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you for being here.
Mayor, councilors, my name is Gilbert Martinez, a native of Santa Fe, New Mexico. My parents were born and raised here, and they were very very religious. They had a lot of faith in Our Lady. My ancestors, my grandparents also grew up in San Francisco, the same thing. And I'm here to represent my ancestors on this belief. This is very offensive. That's uncalled for. I'm begging you to take this down. And as Rita said, it's graffiti. It's just uncalled for. And with all due respect, I'm begging you to take it down. It's wrong. And with that said, Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. Dios te salve María, llena eres de gracia. El Señor es contigo. Bendita tú eres entre todas las mujeres, y bendito es el fruto de tu vientre, Jesús. Santa María, Madre de Dios, ruega por nosotros los pecadores, ahora y en la hora de nuestra muerte. Amén. Ave María, Ave María plena, gracia, Ave María plena.
Wait a minute. Wait, this gentleman has the floor. You're
Please
not.
helping me. Ave María plena, Dominus tecum, bendita tu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tuis, Jesus. Santa Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostrae. Amen. And we are praying for all of you. We're praying, my time's not up. My time's not up, Mayor. We're praying for all of you, and that you will be enlightened by the Holy Spirit.
Thank you.
Don't cook. Okay, now.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Benny Gonzalez. I'm also a resident of born and raised again. here in Santa Fe. So I actually have a question for you. And I'd like for all of you to look at me, please. Okay, put down your phones. Okay. Now, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have a question for you. Did I, hear correctly that that property is owned by the city? All right. Next question is, if something was put up there, you would have to have had approved it. So my question is, who approved it? Can I get a nod that there's someone that approved it?
Let me just explain how this works. Maybe this is your first time to do a petition from the floor. It's your turn to speak to us, but it's not really a dialogue. We don't do back and forth conversations. So you can tell us anything you want. You can ask us questions that we can refer to later. But for this evening, you have the floor to speak to us with whatever's on your mind.
So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that's the question that I have. I think you all the question again that I have, and I'd like for the question to go on the record, and I'd like to get a response, some response from you. And that is, who specifically looked at this request? Because I'm sure there was some kind of request to you. Who specifically, and I'd like to have the names of these people go on record. If there was a committee that approved this, it's important that we as residents here of Santa Fe know who these people were. If the councilor members, and if it was brought up to the mayor and the council members and they voted on it, we'd like to see that. So, because I think it's important that the people of Santa Fe understand exactly what the elected officials are doing to the city. So if that was something that was voted on, we definitely would like to see that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Nicoletta Monroe, District 1. Tonight, I'm going to speak about the median safety bill and the homeless population. Homeless people need advocacy, not citations. Each time the homeless are confronted, there is a violation of their Fourth Amendment rights because they have no front door to protect them. Which brings the topic of the median safety bill. I'm sure you've read in the paper today, there was a report that someone perished in the Arroyo, and that needs to be investigated. Apparently they received a citation and 24 hours later they were found. Please investigate that. The City Code Panhandling Ordinance, Section 20-2, Panhandling on Public Property, which is Ordinance 2010-31, stipulates that panhandling is prohibited. Mayor, you're no doubt are aware of this panhandling ordinance on your books. Panhandling is prohibited within the median of a street. This law may be unconstitutional because it targets one class of people, whereas other people, according to the current panhandling law, may use the medians to vend newspapers, support political campaigns, and obtain funds for a cause. Thus, the median safety bill that is being deliberated and scheduled for a vote in the near future is in conflict with the current panhandling law now on the books. Therefore, there is already an unconstitutional anti-panhandling law in our code. Maybe it should be rewritten, and the median safety bill is unnecessary. The city attorney said that the median safety bill is good law. It is not. The 10th Circuit is out of line with other circuits, and the Supreme Court in 2020 looked at this case. It's called Evans versus Sandy City. The Supreme Court finds that the median safety law is not good law, and that is why there's going to be a challenge to this. I recommend that you study this. You can study this on the SCOTUS website.
Thank you. Anyone else?
One more thing. Homeless people are fighting for their lives. They require shelter, not tickets, meals, not fines, employment, not incarceration.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the room who wishes to come speak on any matter that is on your mind you'd like to bring to the governing body? Anyone in the Zoom room, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, there are no attendees in the Zoom room.
One last offer, if you want to come forward to the podium, if you haven't had a chance to speak, now is the time to do it. All right. In that case, I believe we can return to the item we placed on the table.
So moved.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, sir, to interrupt. Would it be possible maybe to have a 5 or 10 minute break?
Sure. Take a little pause, come back. Why don't we adjourn or recess for 10 minutes, be back at the top of the hour.
Everyone says the Pledge of Allegiance.
Are there specific rules?
That everyone else has. We could have a rule.
Yeah.
We can come back into order, please, and resume. Madam Clerk, I assume we're still streaming.
Yes, Mayor, we're still streaming.
All right, excellent. I think our next task is to take the item off the table.
So moved.
Can we take a vote on that, please, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Very well. So let's resume. Counselor Michael Garcia has the floor and may resume with your question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my next question is for PD, Chief Joy. And if he's not in the room, I
We
can
got-
move.
See if we can bring him
I
back.
know he's here, but I can go to the next one while we.
All right, we'll ask
wrangle
Chief
him
Joy
up.
to step back in the room, but while he's coming in, if you have another question of somebody who is here, please go there.
Okay, how about the Community Services Department? Thank you. How are you?
Well,
Good,
good
good.
evening, Mayor, counselors.
So during the budget hearings, there was talk about increasing support for domestic violence survivors. And I guess just if I can get a little more clarity around what that entails, what is currently be done, and what is the increase entail?
Thank you, Mayor and Counselor Garcia. I will hand it over to Director Julie Sanchez, who will talk about the community violence prevention program that she's working on.
Thank you, Director Sanchez Tucker, Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia. What information did you want to know about our domestic violence?
Just if you can lay some ground in regards to what is currently being done, and then what are the hopes to be accomplished through this budget?
Great. So, Mr. Mayor, Counselor Garcia, and actually it would be great if Chief Joy was here. Oh, he's here. So, ta-da. So there's quite a few exciting things that are happening. So my office, in collaboration with Santa Fe Police Department, are going to be applying, actually submitting the application tomorrow for a joint grant through the, oh my gosh, CVRC. Please remind me what that stands for. Thank you. So we're going to be applying not only for a victim specialist that'll be working directly with domestic violence survivors, but we're also going to be contracting with a part-time sexual assault nurse examiner and a case manager that's going to be working specifically with folks who are involved in domestic violence. We're also going to be working to purchase equipment, which Chief Joy can speak on. But our real goal is to create an effective and efficient system for both folks who are victims of domestic violence, but also perpetrators. So a lot of our funding, our ARPA funding actually complements this grant because we're working on building training and capacity and working with providers to support a continuum of services for those survivors, perpetrators, and then also doing some prevention, because what we've seen is youth are actually more and more becoming perpetrators of domestic violence. And so we're also working on creating community programs for youth as well.
Thank you. And so all the best and good luck on the grant. And I'd love to hear that you're cross-collaborating with Chief Joy and his team, because I think it's not a one solution fix for such a horrible challenge that impacts our community like this. Since I've got you, Director Sanchez, next question I'll give to you. Focusing around mental health. I know that our mental health system was pretty much decimated probably about 10 years ago. And so I think now is the time where instead of pointing the finger and saying they did it, well, let's start pointing the finger at ourselves and saying, what are we doing to fix it? So I guess my question is, are there any monies in this budget for mental health supports or exploration? Because I think that is another issue that impacts many different factions throughout our community. And just wanted to gain a little more understanding of if that is included in this year's budget.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, youth behavioral health and just behavioral health in general is incredibly important to our community. I was actually a caseworker when our system was decimated and having to walk clients through losing their psychiatrist, not having access to their medications, going from one provider to the next. I saw it firsthand how awful it was for folks who needed those services. One of the big partnerships that my office has is with the County Community Services Department. And so we're working together to build a really robust system and response for both youth and community behavioral health. And so the county's taking the bulk of the funding, and what we're going to do is be supporting in gap funding. And so both the Human Services Committee funding as well as the Children Youth Commission will be dedicating funding to help support building a better network around behavioral health.
Great, great. Thank you for sharing that. Director Sanchez.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Garcia. I'd also like to add that we are looking to do an RFP for the teen center so that we can have some behavioral health services stationed at the teen center. So next fiscal year, this budget, our contract budget, we would look at adding that behavioral health at the teen center. So we'll be adding that as well.
Fantastic. And I know that's probably music to Councilor Faulkner's ear. We had that conversation, so thank you. Council.
I apologize. Point of information, I think we also train teen center staff on trauma-informed practices, correct?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Castro. Yes, that's correct. The teen staff and the incoming temporary staff that will be here in the summer, they're going through rigorous training through trauma-informed and mental health first aid. So lots of different training so that they can support their youth that they're working with.
And then if I can also add, this should be coming to you all relatively quickly, but we just received a CYFD grant and we'll be co-creating in partnership with the Teen Center, a Youth Day Reporting Center, which will have behavioral health services on site, as well as mentoring and tutoring for youth who are either involved in the juvenile justice system or who are at risk and have been suspended from the public school system. So we want to continue that education and be supportive of those young people as well.
Thank you. Really appreciate that additional information. And as I know that a lot of the info just shared was focused more on our youth, which is fantastic because it helps to break cycles. Also looking at some of the other members in our community. So happy to sit down with you to explore what else we can do because as you know firsthand, when a system like ours was decimated, it's going to take us decades to recover, but we need to start getting the job done. And thank you for starting to get that job done. I really appreciate it. Next question, Chief Joy. Appreciate it. Thank you. And so the way the budget's broken up, I can't really understand what's included in regards to any potential special projects. And I know that the council has had conversation around exploring the use of new technology such as noise cameras. And so I didn't know if requesting the purchase of noise cameras is included in this fiscal budget.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, not out of the PD budget. We are having conversations amongst myself and other executive leaders in the city here about where to, if such a program were to be created, where would it be best housed? We can talk offline about it, but it's my opinion, and as well as kind of preferred practices from what we've seen, that it would be better served not under the police department, because it is for a number of reasons, but for one in particular, it is a civil citation program, and we are a criminal law enforcement entity. And so generally speaking, what we're seeing with other departments of equal and larger size with Santa Fe, those programs are run out of what I would call like a code enforcement adjacent type division. But short answer, there's still communications and conversations being had about that.
Okay.
But Captain Grunler from our support operations has done pretty extensive research into not just speed cameras, but sound and the advancements of those programs.
Okay, well, I think definitely would like to explore the use of our one-time funding that we're going to have the conversation around at the end of the month on that topic.
As I understand, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. The issue with one-time funding with those particular programs is they're not, it's not just by the program and then it's done. They are recurring costs and subscription fees, for lack of a better word.
Right, but the one-time funding purchase of the equipment can be done, and then we can build in subscriptions, so to speak, in subsequent budgets. I mean, it could be done, and I think there's nothing that necessarily prohibits us from utilizing the money at the end of the month. And I know that, the argument has been made, well, we don't incur recurring expenses with these one-time funding opportunities. Well, we just this last time we allocated over $14 million, we added staff. That's reoccurring. So I think we can't pick and choose when we want to expend these and how we want to expend these resources. I'm a little surprised that it wouldn't be housed in your department, just given that, especially since the speed cameras, the proposals in the past had come from PD. So that's why I apologize if you weren't the appropriate person, but I thought it would go through your department and they would be managed by you. So I apologize, but definitely would love to continue the conversation offline with you, because I think that is technology we need to begin to implement ASAP. I'm still getting a great influx of communication from constituents around the not only speeders, but the increased noise. And I know you all are doing your best. I think it's just one of those challenges where we've got to go at it at several different angles. And I think that would help your team as well. So thank you, Chief Joy. That was the question I had for you. I really appreciate it. Many thanks to your team for all that you do for our community.
And just before I leave, talking about technology, piggybacking off of Director Sanchez, our end of that grant, the program that we're looking at there, the technology rather, would give, it's a machine that does a one-to-one comparison for DNA analysis, which we'd be able to use currently as an example for property crimes. If we get DNA samples, the state lab generally won't run those for property crimes. They have to be violent offenses, and we get basically put in the line with other agencies. But this particular technology would allow us to do those comparisons on our own. So it would be a pretty significant, we'd be one of a handful of agencies in the state that have one.
Great. Thank you, Chief Joy. Really appreciate that. And again, good luck as you venture into those opportunities.
Thanks.
Recreation, didn't really have questions for him, but I did have some concerns around the conversation that took place during finance, in particular around do we begin to explore city youth, county youth, who gets priority, et cetera. And thank you, Councilor Lee Garcia, for bringing up the fact that we need to really understand who is participating in our program and why. And Councilor Garcia did mention in that meeting that we don't know why a person from the county might be participating in our youth summer program. They might be a city worker that lives in Pecos that's coming in, commuting in. So I think we need to always have the focus of building an inclusive community, not exclusive. As we saw from the person who commented earlier, the demand for that program is great. And I think it sure shows that the quality of the program, you've got so many people that want to participate in it. And so I would encourage us to really look at expanding the amount of resources we allocate to these type of programs and see how we can open up additional sites for our youth to participate in these summer opportunities. Because again, a kid that's engaged is a kid that's staying out of trouble. And we shouldn't determine if their address is within the city of Santa Fe or the county to determine if they can participate in our programs, because that doesn't tell the full picture. What we need to do is we need to highlight that we run a Gold Star program and how we can encourage more youth to participate in the program. So I just want us to have that mindset. Let's be inclusive, not exclusive with our youth programming. And then last questions are for, oh, sure.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor Garcia. I just want to let you know that we are going to look at all of our data for the past couple of years and really, and maybe even survey parents to see what the needs are and look at all of these data and see how we can better serve the public, what partnerships we can expand upon, and just make sure that we are providing inclusive opportunity for our youth, because we know the demand for childcare, quality childcare is great. So we'll be looking at this.
Okay. And kudos to the staff. The program has just been greatly growing year by year, but the service quality has also grown. I remember years ago, parents were camping out, you know, the old school queuing, camping out, waiting in line hours before to register their kids. Now it's a completely online system, but we want to make sure that we're providing opportunities for everybody. And so by no means, it's just, again, a sheer demonstration of how high quality the program is. So many thanks to you and your team for building that up. Last questions are for Andy. And then I'll yield the floor. Sorry, Mayor. I apologize. Right. So maybe, Andy, you can help me or help the public gain some clarity around something that was recently in the media around a budget document that's like 125 pages versus the budget book that we got. And does such a document exist?
Madam Chair, Councilor Garcia, no. There is per the ordinance or per the city code, the budget is presented to the Finance Committee and the council by category. There is a higher level of detail that exists in the system and that departments submit to us. It is extremely long. It does not necessarily have the detail that the council would want as far as, you know, this is how much money, or you know, the example we use is special events, that you couldn't necessarily glean from that spreadsheet, which would be actually I overestimated it when I talked to you earlier. It's about 7,500 lines. That would be a spreadsheet, and it's not necessarily going to be there's not going to be a line for, say, you know, the fishing derby event or the New Year's Eve event. There'll be a line for operating supplies in every department. There'll be a line for professional contracts. There'll be a line for repairs and maintenance of grounds and roadways. It's not necessarily going to tell you necessarily what you want to see as far as, well, how much money is going for this program, or you know, how much money does it take to fund a police officer with all the equipment that he needs. It's been, we've discussed with several councils in the past, the notion that, you know, when this is presented in all the detail and all the excruciating glory that the departments provide to us and that the budget office goes through line by line by line, whenever that's presented, it tends to make anybody outside of budget, their eyes kind of glaze over, and it's kind of like, well, this isn't really informative at all. This is just a whole bunch of numbers on a spreadsheet, and that's really what we're dealing with. So to present a document that's more useful, it was, you know, best practice has been to present the overall budget by category, to say, you know, how much are we contracting out? How much in supplies does it cost? How much in personnel costs does it cost to, say, run the police department or run the community engagement department? And then we talk in the budget rather than, you know, one of the things that we always say is that the budget is a policy document. It is not a numbers book, you know, a book of numbers. You know, we could present you all kinds of numbers that really wouldn't tell you anything about what the city is doing, you know, what the priorities of the administration are, what initiatives we are funding, what programs we are funding. We try to make the budget book and the budget presentations to council more useful to the public by focusing on, you know, what are we doing in this budget? What new initiatives are we doing? What initiatives are we continuing to fund? How will this affect the community? Is this good for jobs? Is this good for the economy? Is this good for the environment? So that's what we say because that's one of the things that we say a lot, that, you know, and what I tell even our new employees like Christina and Chris there in the back, that, you know, in budget, you know, a lot of people make the mistake of thinking budget people are accountants. We are not. You have to know a bit of accounting, but budget is much more about using those numbers to implement policy and look at what policies are being implemented, how well they are doing, you know, where do we need to focus more resources? Where do we maybe reallocate some resources that, you know, aren't being used in the best way possible? So I don't want to get too far off track with that whole spiel, but you know, that's what we tell our people too, is, you know, it's, you know, there are certainly a lot of numbers going into the budget. Don't get me wrong. There's a whole ton of math in there, but it's really more about, you know, what are our priorities as a community? What are we doing to marshal resources to try to address those priorities as best we can? And really, it's about how do we deal with the limitations that we have? You know, we don't have, you know, this year with the comp in class, you know, if we didn't have that extremely important priority, there's all sorts of stuff we could fund, all sorts of innovative projects we could fund. And that's pretty much, you can say that for any budget. You know, there's a lot of things that we could do if we had, you know, a money tree, but, you know, we have to deal with the resources we have. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just because I was going to say, if I would love that 100-page document, because I'm somebody that loves to get into the details. I appreciate the format it's in, but I'm also somebody who is trained to dive deeper and really understand how we arrived at certain figures and that's how we build budgets. So I appreciate you clarifying that. No other questions. Just want to thank you, Andy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I definitely want to just thank the staff. I mean, you see all these folks, this is who got the budget done. All these folks in the audience, all the time, energy, and effort y'all put in. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Director Oster, Deputy Director back there, Lotero, all the directors in the audience. Thank you. And just wish you all the best as we move forward with this budget. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Didn't mean to cut you off. You also pulled this item and you have the floor.
And so I don't actually necessarily need staff because I did have a lot of these conversations. But I want to share the sentiment of my colleague that I would like more information as well. And I think that even if it wasn't printed, I understand it's a huge booklet, but having it digitally or having something for us to review in detail, I think would give me more information as a new counselor and give me a better sense of what's happening in the city, but could also give us a better informed, at least understanding of where some of these funds are going. For example, it was really amazing. Thank you, Director Salazar. I don't see her for giving me the side-by-side for the class and comp, but that wasn't part of our initial package. So making sure that we have enough information, I think, is really important, and I would really appreciate that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Counselor?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think I need stuff either. I do have a comment about like the teen center in regards to mental health. It sounds like we would get a provider there. I guess staff could correct me if I'm wrong. If we get approved for a grant, I feel like when we're emphasizing the fact that our mental health system is this broken, as a city, we do actually have to start intentionally budgeting to get providers in places that we need them. And yeah, starting with our youth is preventative and absolutely necessary. But you know, approaching mental health and the huge issue it is, and I get to witness that every day with our youth, and just kind of crossing our fingers and hoping that money comes is not enough. So I'm hoping that there will be more intention in regards to staffing so we have consistent mental health providers available to our community, becomes a priority when we budget in our next cycle. So I just wanted to comment on that. I also agree that when we ask for detail, we're not asking for like a long report of every single line item. I think that as city officials, we need more detail in order to know how to work with staff to bring things forward. If we have ideas of how our departments are prioritizing funds, then we could work more collaboratively with those departments to kind of jump in on those efforts and bring things forward. So I think there is like a happy middle there in providing us enough details so we better understand priorities. And I know priorities are highlighted, but I think there's more information there that we could make more successful if we had that, those details. So yeah, we don't need to know like how much we're spending on copy paper, but it would be nice to know, you know, a little more information about the breakdown in each category. So I just wanted to emphasize that when we request more information, we are not requesting all the information. We're just requesting the information that will help us better work and bring things forward successfully together with the city staff that is amazing. And I do want to thank city staff and for everybody being here. Director, you know how I feel about you. You're amazing. When I hear you speak, the work you've done, 3 budgets, 3 audits is like incredible. I don't think you get celebrated enough, and you have shown up to consistently give us updates, and I see you working with your staff and building your staff, and I think you guys have come together beautifully. So thank you for your work. Thank you for the directors that have brought this forward and collaborated with our finance department. And we could just get better each time. So that's where my comments are coming from, but it does not take away from my appreciation. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I've had several bites at this apple already. Budget hearings, finance committee, other conversations. I think that this is an exceptional budget. I've been hanging around here for a while, and this is really a budget that I feel highly supportive of. I don't think that it's a budget full of controversy and problems. I think it's a budget that moves us forward in a meaningful way by investing in people, investing in technology and equipment that we need. I'll just wind the clock backwards for a couple of minutes. When I met with Director Oster with 2 other counselors, that's the first time that I'd had the opportunity to sit down and really hash through some priorities that I felt very strongly about. And it was interesting that all three of the counselors in the room, one of our main priorities was trying to get some staff help so that we can be more effective in the jobs that we do. This is a hardworking crew up here, and sometimes we're more ambitious than what we have the help to accomplish. So I'm very respectful and grateful that that money went into the budget. And yeah, it's on us. We got to figure out what the appropriate way to spend that is so that we get the greatest amount of traction for our constituents and form policy that's meaningful for the city. I would be highly remiss to not say, in looking around this room tonight, holy smokes, you're all still here. It's 8:40. I don't know what time you started this morning. Some of you started before 6 o'clock. I know that. This is an astoundingly hardworking staff who works so hard to accommodate the requests, not just of counselors, but to move the city forward. I mean, I know every one of you at this point. And I have a fair amount of contact with every one of you. And I appreciate it, but more than that, I enjoy it. We can vehemently disagree on some issues and laugh on our way out the door and say, see you next week. That's a great staff. Unbelievable. I am deeply appreciative of all of you. So good work, folks. Thank you, Mayor.
Counselor Lee Garcia, you had your hand up, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we spent a lot of time, listening to everyone, each department. Commend you all for the hard work that you do each and every day. And I think that, the goal, especially for me, when I'm looking at spending money, which revenues, looking at income, income and expenses of any organization, is how wisely it's spent. And that's, to each and every one of you and your directorships and your responsibility as we appropriate this and we approve this. And so I just, I think it was said that we have 77 funds that actually give us money, that we get money through, whether it's taxes, grocery receipts, fees that are charged from the city, grants. It's very complicated. And I do commend everyone for pretty much for knowing and understanding how all of that works, because it's difficult even from our perspective to understand all the intricacies of it. I did think on our last budget hearing, just basically state that, our budgets have increased over the last few years, and we're all responsible for that. Fiscally looking at things and being conservatively the type of person who looks at how we spend our money I think it's so important, because it is taxpayers' dollars at the end of the day. And how do those taxpayer dollars translate into the way we do business, the way we operate, and the end users' receipt of those services? And so quality of service is bottom line. And you have to spend money. I come from private side where you spend money to make money. Well, in this case, we're spending money to offer a benefit to our community that is necessary and needed. Over the last few years, we have increased our budgets, and I just did an average, and it's about $40 to $50 million a year over the last 3 or 4 years. And so it really is great to see historical data and to see where we are at. I will be nice to see when we actually finish out this fiscal year to see where we ended up and how that will translate into the following. And so, you know, just going back, comments that I have, I like to do more with less. That's always the case. But yet we do have to invest in our people, and I think the people of our city and who work for our city. And thank you all for being here again tonight. I think it's late. I won't make it any much longer, so we're not here till midnight. But just to keep that in mind, you know, we work for the public. We hopefully they get their best bang for their buck, so to speak. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Counselor, thank you. Counselor Faulkner, and then Counselor Cassidy.
So I just wanted to reiterate that one of the things that came up in the finance committee related to the budget is that the finance committee felt that the council should try to serve as an asset throughout the year to help advise on the budget, and that the finance committee is probably a good avenue to do that. And so I, as a member of the finance committee, any of the counselors who are not on the finance committee, I think it'd be good to have conversations as counselors about how we would envision that to look like, and we would have to just figure out what's appropriate, first of all, but there is opportunity for the council to be more engaged in the budget process. By, you know, we also considered holding meetings with departments throughout the year instead of just only for the budget. So I think we have some momentum around collaborating with the administration on how we can find an appropriate way that the council can have a little more involvement in the budget. And then I know we have talked to staff, and the committee made this clear also, that we would like to see a little bit more, but what we have to do as counselors is we have to be proactive and tell them what we need to see. They have no idea what specifically we would need to see. And perhaps that's something we can work on as teams throughout the year, kind of identifying, maybe the committees could identify what they would like to see out of the budget. That would be a little more information that would be helpful. Because I concur with my colleagues. I personally felt that I didn't get to see enough in the budget. But again, on behalf of staff, I would have to say, without us asking, they have no idea what we would like to see. They're not psychic. So like everyone else, thank you guys. This is my first budget go around, and I really appreciate it, how willing you all were to work with me on some of my requests and how hard you guys all put in the hours, and I really appreciate it. Appreciate the high fives in the back of the room. Good job, everybody.
Thank you. Counselor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I will do my best to be brief. Obviously, I've had plenty of opportunity to dig into this through budget hearings. And kind of dovetailing off of Counselor Faulkner's comments, and I know that we have discussed Questica. I believe that it was discussed while I was out of the room as well. I think that that will really be incumbent upon us as we start to utilize that data system and that software for us to say how it works and how it doesn't for us as a governing body. So I believe it was Andy that really made it very clear of like, we're not, you guys got to tell us. So thank you, Andy, for making sure that you keep us on our toes. Definitely appreciate it. My one overall comment about the budget is, you know, as I mentioned in budget hearings as well, when we started to talk about priorities, for me, it really was about bolstering our current programs so that they're actually operating at their full capacity before we start expanding too much. What I have seen is a number of incredible programs, incredible ideas that come from our staff, from our governing body, from the community, that we have overworked and understaffed departments doing their absolute utmost to fulfill, and they do an incredible job, and they need more resources. So I am really pleased to see in this budget the emphasis on staff. I think that it will be important for us to see, you know, throughout the year. We've heard that there potentially is already some benefit in understanding how these investments in our staff are impacting our ability to do the work. I am really curious about that. So I know as chair of quality of life, that's something that I will be bringing to that committee, and I'm sure that we will discuss throughout finance as well. And, you know, I've said it before, I'll say it again. We are completely worthless without you. We are just, you know, talking at this point up on a dais without you all. So really, really, really want to thank each and every one of you, every single one of your staff members, every city employee for all the work that they've put in, that they continue to put in. I do really hope that that this budget shows that support and that, you know, we will continue to explore how we continue to support staff financially as well as professionally, you know, making sure that this is a place where they feel that they can grow, that there is professional development and opportunity, which I know are more conversations that we've had. So I, you know, it's late, so I will stop. But again, thank you, everybody. And you know, my fellow counselors, I agree. And I think that it'll be incumbent upon us to continue these conversations with staff as new resources come in. You know, the capital asset management program is another one I'm really excited about. And I think us really doing our due diligence to deep dive in and say what is working, what information we're getting, and what potentially we're not. And I think that we've actually done a really good job over the last couple of months with those discussions. So thank you all for those thoughts and looking forward to continuing them with you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. All good? Well, we have a resolution before us and we have a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Castro. Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Congratulations. Mr. Blair, did you want to say a word?
Real quick, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo as well. By name, Emily Oster, Alexis Lotero, Andy Hopkins, Anita Medina, the entire finance staff. You all have done an extraordinary job under significant pressure, time constraint, long hours. You've done an extraordinary job. And to the rest of the senior leadership team, all of which are mostly here, thank you for your extraordinary work. You are the best of what Santa Fe represents. And I'm hopeful that you all feel the appreciation from me and from the mayor and from the rest of the leadership here in the city of Santa Fe every day for the extraordinary work that you're doing to make this the best place to live. Thank you.
You, Mr. Blair. Madam Clerk, what's the next item on the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, the next item on the agenda is 10A. It's a request for approval of amendment number 2 to General Services Contract Item 23-0067.
Senior staff, don't make me regret what I just said. Inside voices.
Thank you all. Thanks for being with us. Okay, try it again, Madam Clerk.
10A is a request for approval of amendment number 2 to General Services Contract Item 23-0067 with Nebula Advisors LLC to increase the compensation by $15,000 for the remainder of FY24, $75,000 for FY25, and $75,000 for FY26 for a new total amount of $223,515.24 for shopping cart removal services. We have Constituent Services Manager Isabel Sharp here for questions.
Mayor,
Yes.
I have a slightly different motion that I'd like to make with regard to this, and I don't know when you would like it.
I don't know what it is.
All right, so if I can, this did not come to finance, and that's why it's on discussion tonight. And I'm okay with all of this, but I do not want to appropriate the FY26 funding yet, because I think we have some work to do around this, and I would like us not to be in, kind of spending this amount of money into perpetuity for shopping carts. I think we need to work on this issue and potentially bring down the amount of money that we are spending in this area. And we have a year to work on it. So maybe in FY 26, we won't need $75,000. So I would like to make a motion that we approve the FY 24 and the FY 25, but not the FY 26. I'm also, you know, I think we
I'm
can.
getting looks from the city attorney. At the
Yeah.
moment.
Mayor, Councilmember Worth, I just heard the word appropriate. So just to clarify what you're approving, it would be a contract for up to those amounts for each of those years. You would still have to appropriate the funds for the next fiscal years. And if you didn't, then we could terminate the contract.
Right, but this contract is good for 4 years, but we don't have to fund that contract for each of those 4 years. And I don't think we know 2 years from now where we're going to be. So like, I'm fine for this year and I'm fine for next year, but that gives us some time to work on this. And I don't want to fund this contract at this point for that amount.
And Mayor Weber, Councilor Mayor Worth, what I'm saying is the word fund or the word appropriate is not applicable to what you're voting on right now. It is only the contract that would allow for you to fund it up to that amount and allow you to appropriate up to that amount. But at the moment, you're not appropriating for FY 26.
Right, but I don't, can we not, do we have to put a dollar amount on the 4th year at this point?
Mayor, but councilors, I think that's a different question. I just wanted to make sure everyone
Yeah,
is very clear that what we're voting on is a contract that allows you to spend that amount, and you would still decide in the future about appropriation and funding.
yeah, and I don't even want to state, I don't want to approve a contract for FY 26.
And Mayor, Councilor, that is not what I'm trying to comment on.
Right.
It's just the verbs that were being used are not
Yeah,
what's on
sorry.
the agenda.
Yeah, no, yeah, I totally, you're as usual, correct. Thank you.
Councilor Garcia, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I will remind everybody, we don't at the moment have we have a motion on the
Yeah.
floor,
But we're going to need to amend it.
but I don't think it's gonna pass the test at the moment. So go right.
So I guess my question is, given that we've raised the amount that the city manager can approve, this could potentially not come back before us because we're not going to appropriate $75,000. The city manager has that authority. So I guess.
Mayor, Councilor, may I comment on that?
Sure.
City manager will not have appropriation authority and does not have appropriation authority. He can approve contracts for a maximum value of, I believe it's 150 right now and will be 200 on the 1st of July. So this contract is more than that amount. So he will not be able to, if this were approved, it would be beyond his authority to amend it. It is possible that the city council could request that we see if the contractor is willing to sign a version of this contract for a lesser amount. And that you would approve that contingent upon that contractor's approval. That gets us into, I mean, that is a possible motion, I think.
Why don't I'd be interested in asking Ms. Sharp if she can explain the thinking behind this and if there's something that you believe is worthwhile to approving it as it is versus either changing it, holding it over, amending it. There are different ways we could address Councilor Merriworth's concern, but I think I'd like to have you have the opportunity to talk us through what your intention was so we don't just willy-nilly change what you've been working on.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the governing body. As you know, my name is Isabella Sharp. I'm the Constituent Services Manager. I think just to give you a little bit of some background, the City of Santa Fe Community Engagement Department processed a bid in 2023, where we had 4 vendors that applied for the proposal for the shopping cart removal within the City of Santa Fe. We signed a contract with Nebula Advisors, LLC, with the option to extend the contract up to 4 years. Our contractor should pick up the shopping carts necessary within a minimum of 2 days per week, and they work directly with the Constituent Services Office to prioritize and collect the shopping carts that are reported through our CRM system. For accounting and data purposes, the contractor has to go into the store, as many of you know, and they have to get the store manager to sign off on all of the shopping carts, and they acknowledge that we've returned them. I will note that just alone in this fiscal year, we've removed 3,984 shopping carts. And we are in a state where we're in the process of almost running out of money in our current purchase order for this fiscal year, and we still have the rest of May and June. And so what I will note is in FY 23, and I can certainly go back when I was trying to put this together, but you know, in FY 22, we spent almost $60,000 when we were going through our pilot program. In 2023, when we did the bid, we didn't award our contract to the contractor until March. So just from March to June, we spent $19,543.15. Currently right now for FY 24, we did a $50,000 PO with GRT, so it put us at $54,093.75. I'm respectfully requesting that we increase that PO for this current fiscal year by $15,000, which will put us at $63,972.09. Again, with the data that we continue to receive each fiscal year, we're picking up more and more and more shopping carts. To eliminate me having to come back to the governing body to incorporate more compensation for FY 25 and FY 26, I had respectfully requested that we just incorporate the $75,000 for the next 2 fiscal years, which would be FY 25 and FY 26.
Okay, back to you, Councilor Merriworth.
Yeah, and so thank you for your work on this. I know this has been a hard area and you've handled it very well. It just, to me, this speaks of a problem. We should not be in the business of picking up shopping carts. This is not how we should be saying, as Councilor Lee Garcia likes to say, taxpayers' dollars. I feel like we need partnerships in addressing this problem, and I want to give us motivation to do that. And if we need the contract money in FY 26, if we need to extend the contract in FY 26, I hope I'm saying that right now, correctly, then we will do that then. But and we have, under this bid, this contract can be extended for a total of 4 years before we have to put it back out to bid, right? Correct?
Mayor Weber and Councilor Merriworth, that is correct.
So I would like to kind of put us in a position where we do some things to reduce the amount of money that we're spending on picking up shopping carts, rather than just saying, oh, well, we need more money because we got more carts. Like, we got to stop this. This is crazy. And I think, you know, we are working to, under the Safe and Clean project, we are looking to meet with some of our high use retailers, retailers that have a lot of shopping carts out there that we're picking up. We're going to meet with them and talk about some potential solutions. So I guess, you know, again, I'm fine with what you need to spend to get to the end of the fiscal year. I'm fine with, you know, a dollar amount based on this year, what you're going to need in FY 25. But I would like to hold off on a contract for FY 26 because I hope we can reduce the amount.
Okay, so I don't disagree. I don't think we need to be pre-committing ourselves, although the city attorney seems to be saying that, I don't want to say what the city attorney seems to be saying because that always makes her very unhappy. What I understand is that if we, even in the event that we pass this as it is now, we're not committed to spending $75,000 for FY 20.
Yeah, but I don't want to approve a contract for FY 26.
Okay, so how would you propose? Would you like to see this come back to finance for a reworking?
Well, I guess this is a question for the city attorney. Can I make the motion differently that basically approves a contract for the rest of this year and FY 25 without speaking to FY 26?
Mayor, Councilors, I think it would be, so we would be approving the city's position on that, and it would be contingent on the contractor agreeing, because the contractor has agreed to the version you have in front of you.
Okay, so.
It could
I
be
mean, is it-
amended to reflect that, to remove FY 26 is what I'm hearing,
Yeah,
to reduce the term by 1 year.
right.
Okay. I
I
think
mean,
that would
and
be a
I-
motion that could.
And I assume that because this didn't come to finance and it's on discussion tonight, there must be some urgency, thank you for the word. And so I don't necessarily want to move it back to finance to deal with this, but so I guess I'm asking for a friend. How does,
Mayor and Councilor Marworth, I do want to note that it was on the agenda for finance.
I looked, I didn't see it.
Okay, we will have to go.
And I
back
think it's why it's on discussion tonight, because it should have been on consent if it was on the
Mayor,
finance budget, on the finance agenda.
Mayor, Councilors, I think the intent was to have on the finance calendar. I don't know if it was. The reason it was on discussion is because I think it also would have gone to Public Works or one of the other committees typically.
Yeah, I think it was on discussion because it wasn't approved by a committee. It was supposed to be at finance, but I looked at the agenda and it was not there.
Mayor, Councilors, I would recommend when something would typically have gone to more committees than it did, for it to go on discussion. But our intent was for it to go to finance and for it to go on discussion.
Okay, well, I didn't see it at finance and I looked at that agenda and I would have raised this at finance had it been there, but I don't think it was on the agenda. I may have overlooked it. That's completely possible.
Councilor Garcia has a point.
It was on finance. It was item P on finance. And I think what we can do is deny this, have Ms. Sharp bring back a new proposal based off of what I think Councilor Romero Worth and many others of us are looking at, and approach it that manner. That's the way to fix this, is vote this proposal down, bring forth another one that doesn't appropriate the monies for fiscal year 26, and it goes through the process. I guess, Ms. Sharp, is it time sensitive?
For this fiscal year, it is time sensitive. I need $15,000 to increase their PO. If I can make a recommendation, when we look at this contract, I'm happy to go back to the contractor and we can maybe amend the total compensation that's embedded into the amendment number 2. So maybe what we can do is we can just strike the FY 25 $75,000. For the total compensation, it currently says $223,515.24. So if what I can possibly do is I can come back and propose $148,550.24 and strike the $75,000 for FY 26. But I do no pressure, but I do need $15,000 ASAP to increase for our current contractor.
Yeah, so again, I don't know what to do here.
So it's a contract cap, meaning that it's just an amount that we can potentially use up to. So I feel like what's appropriate would be to approve the contract and request from your department that you update us on initiatives or improvements or a reduction in cost, since we have 2 years to do that. I don't think there's a reason to complicate it as a cap. It's not something that we're committing to spending. And so I just feel like to make your life easier, staff life easier, that approving the contract so it's there and present, and then just working with you to just keep track of that is the most appropriate and simple option. And that could be presented at finance, those improvements or those initiatives or updates, but I don't think there should be a hang up on the contract. It makes no sense to me. We're not committing to that amount.
So I have a question though. So I completely appreciate that, but so the contracting authority of the city manager, if it's $75,000 in each fiscal year, the city manager can sign it without us seeing it. Isn't that true?
Mayor, Councilors, we've looked at the total value of the contract to determine authority.
Okay,
So if it's an amendment to something that the total contract amount is over the city manager's authority, we send it to the governing body. So that's
Okay.
why you will see amendments for smaller than the city manager's authority.
Okay.
It's when the total compensation exceeds his authority.
Because I don't want us to forget about this.
Councilor Faulkner?
So I'm just to follow, I'm trying to track everyone. Basically, we're going to be asked this question every year about for each year right? You'll be, you'll be coming to us with the dollar amount for this contract.
My request in amendment number 2 was so I don't have to come back each fiscal year that that's why I incorporated FY 25 and FY 26 into the amendment. So I wouldn't have to come back. So it would just be approved with the one lump sum of the amount. So I wouldn't have to continue to come back each fiscal year.
So then there is some concern.
And Mayor or Councilors, what I was saying earlier is that the budget is the opportunity to review the contract amounts. And so each of the departments does have to submit a list of contracts and how much funding is in them for that fiscal year. So it would be part of that. It would be part of the budget. And so it could be either included or not included in a budget. We have been encouraging folks in general, and there's certainly reasons not to do this, to do multi-year contracts so that we avoid them expiring and then needing to go through procurement again. And that is a huge waste of staff time when that happens. So at least and it's also, we have to review the contract over again. Procurement has to review the procurement over again, and it takes a lot of time. So having multi-year contracts is very helpful in general. I understand there may be exceptions to that.
So procedurally,
Carol.
procedurally, would Councilor Mayorworth need to write out an amendment removing fiscal year 26 from this contract, and then we could adopt it, or how do you do it?
Mayor or Councilors, since it's not legislation, we don't have a rule about an amendment. But certainly I think you could do a contingency on a vote to approve it. That if the contractor was willing to accept the reduced term.
I'd entertain a motion to that. Or you
Okay,
already
well,
had one.
I think I need to withdraw what I had because I totally,
All right, start over. You're gonna
so
withdraw.
I withdraw my original motion.
All right, let's try it again. I think I'm with you that we want to make sure that we have the $15,000 to continue for the remainder of this year. That's what we have to do. Next year, 75,000. I also agree with you. Beyond that, we want to reduce what we're doing because we're spending money in ways that we shouldn't have to do. So let's adopt the proposal you were advancing of 15,000 plus 75 and contingent upon the contractor's agreement, eliminate the 75 for the fiscal year 26. Okay. Isn't that what you were?
Well, now I'm torn because Counselor Chavez.
Yeah, so I just want to say one more thing. I want to say that if our issue is that we're spending too much, that the issue then is that we have to look at initiatives on how to address the bigger problem, which has nothing to do with this cap. So if we want, as chairs of committees, we could request presentations from our wonderful Izzy at any time to talk about those initiatives or see progress. It has nothing to do with the cap on the contract.
Right.
That's my argument. And at least the contract's there to make the staff's life easier, but we work with you on actually addressing the root cause of the problem we have so that we aren't utilizing that up to that cap each year within that contract.
Mayor?
Well, yes, Counselor, what's your pleasure?
So the only problem I have with that is just that are we, I don't want the contractor to think we're going to spend that much money. Because I really want to, okay, it is in the contract that it's an up to amount. Okay, because I don't want it to seem like we're promising we're going to spend that and then they count on it.
We could just let them think that all day and then just surprise them. That's nice.
All right.
I did not have this on my bingo card is the reason we'd be here till 2 a.m.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve and there's a second. Is there further discussion? Seeing no hands, could the clerk call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes, and I want to keep an eye on this. We got to fix this.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you.
Can you take us to the next item, please, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mayor. The next item is 10B. It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Counselor Lee Garcia. It's a resolution adopting the City of Santa Fe's Regional Annual Transit Service Plan for fiscal year 2024, approving reimbursing the North Central Regional Transit District up to $25,000 for the Mountain Trail 255 route, accepting the NCRTD's fiscal year 2024 proposed funding of regional services provided by the city of $1,313,403 and approving submitting the city's regional annual transit service plan for fiscal year 2024 to the NCRTD's Board of Directors for approval. We have Transit Director of Administration, Gabrielle Chavez, here for questions.
Motion.
Move to approve. Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Why don't you take a minute and walk us through this, and anyone who's watching or listening so they'll understand what we're voting on.
Mayor and the governing body, I'm Gabrielle Chavez, the Transit Director of Administration. So the NCRTD shares regional gross receipts tax collected from Santa Fe County with with the City of Santa Fe and Rio Metro, and also keeps it for itself and to provide its own services. Every year we are to come before the governing body for a resolution to take to NCRTD for approval of the transit plan, the regional transit plan. Our plan and the money that we receive from NCRTD is to pay for four routes. It's for connecting services with Rio Metro and other regional transit services in the area in and around Santa Fe and Santa Fe County. These services provide connections to the rail runner and provides transit services for commuters all the way from Belen to Santa Fe. And then, let's see. We also provide services for the Santa Fe pickup. These are all services that NCRTD does not provide, and we provide for the region, and NCRTD reimburses us with the gross receipts tax that they collect with their they collect their own increment of GRT from the area.
Thank you. Counselor Lee Garcia, you want to speak to this? You're the sponsor and you're our representative there.
Thank you, Mayor. Great job, Gabrielle. Director Chavez. Yes, I think the bottom line is that we are, in order for us to be good partners with the NCRTD, and they good partners with us, we collaborate. There's a certain amount of money that is brought forth that the district gets through gross receipts taxes that come from Santa Fe County, Los Alamos County, and other areas. And so in order for us to receive that money and appropriate that money and help us with our transit plan, we need to submit our transit plan. And that's what this resolution is just basically stating, that we give them what our transit plans are, and they then return a certain percentage that is actually in resolution through the district.
Thank you.
Basically it.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Madam Clerk?
Mayor, may I confirm who made the second? Thank you, Counselor. All right. Counselor Faulkner.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell. Counselor Romero Worth.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Castro.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Weber. Motion passed.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
The next item on the agenda, Mayor, is matters from the city manager.
Mr. Blair.
Mayor, councilors, good evening, everybody. Thank you for your unanimous vote in favor of the budget. The team really did work really hard on it. And I do acknowledge there's always things we can do better to work with you, and we look forward to hearing more about that. It's worth referencing again, in a short period of about 30 to 60 days, the finance department has helped implement the class and compensation study. They've completed this budget process, including multiple finance committee hearings, are getting the 23 fiscal year audit done and implementing a new home excise tax. And they are working their tails off. And I couldn't be more proud of the advancements they've made in moving the department forward and moving the city forward as part of that. I also want to flag congratulations to our human resources department on all of their work. They really carried the heavy bag, the heavy weight for the class and compensation study and implementing this first phase. Director Salazar and others still negotiating with AFSCME to try to get them to the finish line on the first few steps of implementation. So really doing some extraordinary work. Want to say thank you to everybody who was involved the last few weeks in the Paint the Plaza event and the Love Your Watershed event. We're in the silly season where there's multiple events all day, every day on the weekends, it seems like, of city staff doing things everywhere to make this the best place it can be. And I'm grateful for everyone who made those happen. Want to congratulate Chief Moya on what I heard was an extraordinary first pitch at Santa Fe Day at Isotopes Park. We had a great turnout of Santa Fe employees who were there and some counselors and others. And so it was really an extraordinary day. Fun was had by all. Tonight, I do want to thank my team, Leila Archuleta Maestas, Bernice Senna, and Angie Brown, who pulled together the team dinner before the budget tonight. I think that's become a nice tradition to get people together, share some bread, share some sugar, and have some healthy tummies and happy tummies for kind hearts as we talk about the budget. So thank you to everyone who participated, brought desserts, and joined in that communion. Want to give a quick congratulations to everyone at SWAYA for what was an extraordinary first ever Indian Fashion Week, or Native Fashion Week. This continues to be the event that strikes me as genuinely the coolest, most amazing thing I've ever seen in Santa Fe in all the years having grown up here. And it is such an extraordinary way to reinforce the contemporary impact of Native Americans and their impact on culture and community in our community here. And I was blown away by it again. Two quick reminders for everybody. It'll be right after that we meet again. So reminder to everyone that the city of Santa Fe will be closed on Monday, May 27th in honor of Memorial Day. And using my privilege as city manager, want to remind all of you and invite you who are here in the room to participate with the city in the annual Pride Parade, which will be Saturday, June 29th. I would tell you, I think we had 60 to 80 city employees and elected officials last year participate with the city, which I think is a record. We're going to go even bigger. And all the city departments are working right now on collaborating on both a great, amazing number of events for the public and also some opportunities for both queer employees and queer allies to celebrate the importance of being a diverse, welcoming community here in Santa Fe. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, next item.
Next item is matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. Just a couple updates. We received a case dismissal this afternoon from Judge Lydiard in the Beninato appeal related to the Lucchese sign. I understand it's a pretty extensive order, so I'm interested to look that over. And then we got a hearing date for, I believe, all the matters pending in the tax case for the 22nd of May. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, what's next?
Next item is matters from the city clerk.
Oh, how nice.
I have nothing for you tonight.
All right.
We'll move on to communications from the governing body.
Start to my right.
So very briefly, we did just on May 5th have Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Remembrance Day. And so I want to thank everybody who was a part of any actions around that. And remember that there are still missing and murdered Indigenous folks in our community that we need to keep in our thoughts and prayers. And also happy Mother's Day to all the moms.
You're up.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to wish all the mothers out there a happy Mother's Day. I also want to wish all those that step in as mothers a happy Mother's Day, including our single dads, our grandparents, especially in this community, our grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, foster parents. I think that for those that grow up without a mother and has someone love them enough to step in by choice is really powerful. I especially want to recognize my son's stepmom, who is kind of like a example of that, who has willingly and with pride has chosen to love my son by choice. And so I think it's just a really powerful gift, and I find her to be a gift. I cherish her. So happy Mother's Day to her and all of the moms out there and all those that choose to play that role by choice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to thank everybody up here in the dais. It's Public Service Recognition Week, so thank you all for your service to our wonderful city. But as well, thanks to all of the dedicated staff and workforce that keeps this city moving forward. As well, happy Mother's Day, and hopefully everybody enjoys it. And I pray that the wind does not impact us that day. That way everybody can have a nice day with their mothers or loved ones, however they want to celebrate. That's all I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Counselor Rendell.
Thank you, Mayor. I really don't have anything tonight other than to say, happy Mother's Day to, all the mothers. It's I think it's a pretty tough job. I don't know. I never did it. I watched from afar. I felt sorry for my own mother. But, she's gone on to her greater rewards, and, she knew before she departed that I was appreciative. So, that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Faulkner.
I want to say happy Mother's Day to all the moms too. And I love what Amanda said. I have stepped up for a couple of kids, and the people have stepped up for my children from time to time. And I do think that's needs to be appreciated as much as the moms would be. I did want to just note that I walked the green belt behind my house in Tierra Contenta, and I had the funniest experience with it was part of the bike month. What is it, Michael?
Yeah.
Bike month. So it was the ride to school. And right at 7:30 in the morning. So I'm walking my two dogs and I see two bikers combined. I'm like, oh, two bikers. And then they just kept coming. But it was really cool to see families out there with their kids, and they were all biking to school, and it was a pretty cool event. So I just wanted to note that was awesome.
Thank you. Counselor Mayor Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. Counselor Michael Garcia and I did a similar event at Acequia Madre last year. So they are super fun. And I did want to congratulate HomeWise and the Santa Fe Conservation Trust and the city on the new Acequia Trail connection. That I wish I could have been at that bike ride, which was last night. And just really cool, as we heard earlier, about the importance of the connectivity piece. And here's a great example of that. So super psyched about that. Also want to congratulate the Santa Fe Watershed Association on their event this past weekend. Love Your Watershed. That was super cool to see all the kid-oriented booths teaching kids about the watershed. So, and that was at DeVargas Park, which was also fun to be in that park and seeing it being used in different ways. So anyway, I agree with whoever said lots of things are going on. It's the event season. I think maybe that was Counselor Cassett. And happy Mother's Day, everyone. And thank you, Amanda. I agree. That was really well said. Thank you for your words. That's all I have.
Counselor Cassett.
Thank you very much. Well, it was John who said that it's silly season. You're right. I have been saying event season, but I think I might like silly season a little bit more. A couple things I did want to mention. Don't worry, I got it. That we have the first livability speaker series that HomeWise is putting on is starting up again this coming week. No, so not tomorrow, but the following Thursday, which would be a date. It would be the what now? The 16th, thank you. May 16th. It's going to be Jerusalem Demsas. I'm not sure I pronounced her name correct, but it's going to be discussing the reason that housing prices keep rising and the way city like Santa Fe can strengthen planning and zoning regulations to increase affordability and build community. Tickets are free, but there is limited space. However, they do also stream it online. So really, really encourage everybody to come and take part of this. It's been a wonderful speaker series. Early voting has started. There is an election. Primary election takes place on June 4th. Early voting is open. You can register to vote and vote on the same day. Currently, voting is available at the county clerk's office. And then I believe expanded early voting starts in a couple weeks. We'll get there. And then last, happy Mother's Day. As everyone has mentioned, and as Councilor Chavez mentioned, to all the people that step in as mothers, I really want to wish a very happy Mother's Day to my own mother. She moved back home in September. It's the first time that we've lived in the same place again since I was 18, so in almost 20 years. And it has been really incredible to have her back. Challenging at times, because apparently my spice drawer is not organized correctly, in case anybody was wondering. But really just amazing to have her here. And I'm very grateful that I have been able to be a mother, and to all of the people that help mother my son, which there are many. I am very grateful to them. So I hope everybody has a beautiful Mother's Day.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, happy Mother's Day. My mom, my wife, and all those mothers that in our community, obviously. I would like to give a shout out to all those. I was fortunate to go and help out with the youth that were at Swan Park for the governor's cleanup deal, and it was pretty cool because there was quite a many of them that they did a great job, and so kudos to not just those from Capitol and I think ATC and Monte del Sol and a few others, but they were throughout
Santa Fe High.
Santa Fe High. They did but they were at a different park. So I'm just speaking to the ones that I was working with. Kudos to all of them that came out and did that. I think it was great, and keep up the good work. Keep on contributing to the community. I think that when everybody works together, we achieve good things. And so I just also wanted to caution again. I think Councilor Garcia said that the wins, let's not have the wins for Mother's Day, but for those that are enjoying outdoor activities, and fires at this point in time are pretty, so it's a plug for the fire department. We don't want them running around trying to put out little fires or big fires for that matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. A couple quick items. First of all, a big thank you to Coronado Paint and Flooring and all the other things Coronado does for the big paint, the plaza event. It was really fun. I saw a lot of people showed up. You and I were there at the same time. I think Councilor Merworth had come back. It turns out there is an actual color of paint called Plaza Green. And that's courtesy of Coronado. And they're just such a great group of people. Buddy Roybal started it. The new ownership continues it. And it's really fabulous. For those of you who are looking for something to do, Friday night, Cloud Top Comedy Festival, I'll be mainlining. No, I will be introducing people. You know, being the mainliner, headline. Whatever, headlining, it's a mainline event. Well, that's my joke. You just spoiled my joke. That was my one great joke, and you just stepped on it. On Saturday, gun buyback program. Very important. Take guns off the street. Thanks to Miranda Viscoli et al. That'll be at the municipal court. So come on out and support that effort. It's really critical to keep kids safe, to keep everybody safe. We really appreciate that partnership. And have a great weekend. Enjoy Mother's Day. And we are rolling into the event season for sure. What's next? Oh, yes, sir. Second
Mayor.
bite at the apple.
Just, I did, forget to mention congratulations to my son who will be graduating from college.
You forgot that?
There's so much going on. Yeah, I did, but, I'm very, very grateful for him and all the work that he's done, and congratulations to him. He's gonna be a graduate of New Mexico State University, so.
Good call.
That, and I can't forget to congratulate my wife who just retired from the
Oh.
Santa Fe Public Schools.
Nice.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, plunging on to item number 20, which is a public hearing.
Actually, we have introduction of legislation next, which
I
is item
apologize.
16.
That, you're right. Item 16A.
It's consideration of a resolution sponsored by Counselor Signe Lindell. It's
We're all getting a little goofy.
it's a resolution authorizing the sale and consumption of beer and wine at the Rail Yard Park during the International Folk Art Market on July 11th and 13th, 2024 pursuant to subsection 23-6.2C SFCC 1987.
Counselor Lindell, you are introducing this.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's a rerun of the resolution that we had last year for the International Folk Art Mart. Self-explanatory. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Next item, Mayor, is 20A. It's a public hearing. It's a request for approval of the 2024-2025 Annual Action Plan for submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development as a condition to the city's Community Development Block Grant. And we have Office of Affordable Housing Project Manager Cody Minnick here for questions.
Do you want a
Great.
motion to
I would
start?
entertain a motion to
Move to
start.
approve.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor. We have Cody Minich here to explain what this is, and then I'll open the floor for public testimony. There it is.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I think this is my first time having the pleasure to present to this iteration of the governing body. So hello, my name is Cody Minnick. I'm a project manager with the Office of Affordable Housing, and I oversee the city's Community Development Block Grant and our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And tonight, I'll be presenting our 2024-2025 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan. And I'll be referring to that as CDBG throughout this presentation. I do apologize for putting this on a pretty packed schedule, but we are required to submit this to HUD 45 days before the beginning of our program year, which is on the 15th. So appreciate your time. Tonight, I'm going to just give a pretty big background or brief background and overview of the CDBG program. And then I'm going to touch upon the consolidated plan, 5-year strategic plan, which we submitted and was approved by HUD last year. The action plan that's before you tonight is the second year under that 5-year plan. And then I'll get into the contents of the actual annual action plan, which is describing the expected resources, which is the funding we have to work with, and the proposed activities that we hope to fund over the next year. And then, even though it has no bearing to the action plan, I'm going to briefly discuss our 2024-2025 Affordable Housing Trust Fund contracts as well. And then I'll open it up for any comments or questions. The CDBG is a federal program providing flexible funding to local governments for community development activities aimed at improving neighborhoods and quality of life. It's administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, and it emphasizes local decision-making and citizen participation. For every plan or report that we have to submit to HUD, we are required to have a public comment period and a public hearing. The overarching goals of CDBG are to provide decent housing, to create suitable living environments, and to expand economic opportunities, principally for low and moderate income persons. In order to spend CDBG, your activity or project has to meet one of the 3 national objectives. The main or the primary national objective, as they call it, is benefiting low to moderate income persons or households. The second is remove or eliminate slum or blight. And the third is responding to urgent need. A condition of your CDBG grant is to spend at least 70% of your grant benefiting low or moderate income persons or households. In the city of Santa Fe, we historically and currently do 100% of our entitlement towards that objective. Briefly want to explain why we received this money. Santa Fe, along with over 1,100 other cities throughout the country, received CDBG funding as an entitlement community. The allocation is formula-based and considers factors such as poverty, population, housing conditions, and growth compared to other areas. There's 3 requirements that we have to meet in order to retain this status. And the first of that is being the 5-year consolidated plan, which again, we submitted and was approved by HUD last year. This is a more robust document than what's before you tonight. It includes a market analysis and a needs assessment and identifies funding priorities and goals. For that, we do pretty robust community engagements. We did a number of focus groups and stakeholder interviews. We also distributed a survey citywide and had almost 500 responses to that. And then the second is the annual action plan, which is before you tonight, which essentially is a grant application to HUD. And that describes the projects, the resources, and the consolidated plan goals that are being addressed through those activities. And then the final is the consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, or the CAPER, and where the annual action plan describes how you're going to spend money over the next year. The CAPER describes how you spent money the previous year in terms of expenditures and accomplishments and progress towards those consolidated plan goals. I'm not going to read off every one of these goals, but I did want to touch upon the consolidated plan priority needs and goals that were identified last year. Every activity that we fund with CDBG has to address one of these needs and one or more of the goals. And I just wanted to briefly put this up just to explain when we deploy housing funds, we try with the resources we have to meet the needs across the housing continuum, from the unhoused to the homeowner. So these are pretty overarching, but we have to address these with all the activities we fund and want to be nimble with our funding from year to year. All right, now to the actual content of the action plan. Our expected resources, when I wrote this, the first draft and put together the slide deck, we were working with an estimated amount of 600,000, and they actually announced their allocations yesterday. And City of Santa Fe will receive an allocation of $623,117. 20% of that is going to be reserved for program admin costs. This helps pay for mine and some of the other affordable housing staff's wages. We are working with some reprogrammed entitlement from previous years to the tune of $74,418. This is pretty standard. When you close out an activity, that money gets returned to the line of credit and we can reprogram it in future action plans. And then they also require you to estimate amount of program income that you're working with. And we typically go with 200,000 as an average. Program income is any income generated from a previously CDBG funded activity from prior program years. Our program income almost always comes from payoffs of mortgage assistance loans, and we typically allow those subrecipients to reutilize those funds for other loans. And then if they have a balance at the end of a quarter or the end of the fiscal year, we recapture those funds and reprogram them. So the total amount we're working with is about $874,418. The activities we are going to fund next year are the Chainbreaker Collective will receive a $75,000 allocation to rehab their new headquarter building and make necessary repairs. Interfaith Community Shelter will receive $35,000 to help fund overnight staff salaries at their summer safe haven for all. Santa Fe Habitat for Humanity will receive $200,000 for their home repair program. Santa Fe Public School Adelante's program will receive $35,000 to fund staff of their expanded school liaison project. Youth Shelters and Family Services will receive 2 allocations, the first being $7,880 to make necessary repairs at their transitional living program facility. And the second being $20,000 towards their street outreach program. And finally, Youth Works will receive $131,538 towards their social justice kitchen facility renovation project. And I should mention that when we write the drafts of the action plan with an estimated amount, we do have contingency language in there, whether or not we get more or less than our estimated amount. So that extra $23,000 will go towards the Youth Works project. And again, although this isn't in the action plan that's before you tonight, I did want to present the contracts we have for the trust fund. So you know exactly where that $3,877,554 is going towards. First, HomeWise will receive $600,000 for their down payment assistance program. LifeLink will get $250,000 for their rental assistance fund. New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness will receive $222,554 towards their homeless early intervention program. Santa Fe Civic Housing Authority will receive $1 million, which will be split towards some low-income housing tax credit projects, the Country Club apartments, as well as a new apartment building they're working on called the Ocate Apartments. The Santa Fe Community Housing Trust will receive 2 Affordable Housing Trust Fund grants. One's $500,000 for their down payment assistance program, and the other is $600,000 towards their Arroyo Oeste Phase 2 development. Santa Fe Habitat for Humanity will receive $125,000 for down payment assistance. Santa Fe Recovery Center will receive $60,000 for their Bridge House and Sober Living program. Santa Fe Public Schools Adelante program will receive $60,000 for their Family Housing Assistance Fund. St. Elizabeth Shelter will receive $250,000 for Santa Fe Suites Rental Assistance Program. And finally, Youth Works will receive $210,000 for their Housing First voucher program. And with that, I'll stand for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Let's take questions and then I'll open it up for public testimony as well. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you. On these disbursements, which I see their contracts subject to governing body approval, how are those determinations made?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, thank you for that question. So we procure our contracts through a request for application process. So in January, February every year, we issue RFA, a request for application, for one for the trust fund, one for CDBG. And we advertise that and then receive applications, process those, and then we meet for an all-day meeting with the Community Development Commission. They hear the applicant presentations, and decide funding recommendations. And at that point, we put them into contracts and then put them through the committee review approval process.
Is there, so in these proposals of what they're going to do with the money, do we collect data on what they did do with the money?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Lindell, yes, we do. We have a quarterly accomplishment report templates, and we send them out towards the end of each quarter, and then we get them about 2 weeks after the end of the quarter.
I think it might be interesting for us to, at some point in time, at least have one presentation, at least to Finance Committee, because it does have to do with a fair amount of money of the kind of data that we're collecting and the traction that we're getting for the expenditure of these dollars, because it's pretty sizable. And typically I have never, I don't really see that kind of reporting to us. And I think it would be worthwhile and valuable for us to see how that works.
Yeah, absolutely. We will have the opportunity to see how the CDBG funds were spent with a CAPER that will be presented at a public hearing in 2 or 3 months. And last year, I actually included a slide about the trust fund accomplishments, and I will continue to do that going forward. Happy to do a separate presentation at some point.
How about the number of applicants? For example, on the CDBG, which when I worked at HomeWise, we used to just call that alphabet money. There's 2, 4, 6, 7 organizations, actually 6 organizations that got funded. How many organizations applied?
Off the top of my head, I believe we had 10 applications for CDBG and 15 for the trust fund.
And does it seem like the same organizations get funded year after year after year?
Yes and no. I would say there are some with CDBG. It's federal funding, obviously, so it takes a lot of capacity to be able to income qualify all of the clients and do that kind of reporting. But yeah, we do have a couple new subrecipients. This is going to be the Chainbreaker Collective's first time receiving a CDBG allocation. And we do have a couple other new applicants that come out of the woodwork, but sometimes they don't have eligible activities that they're applying for, things like that.
So because we have a couple of new ones, I would have to assume that a couple of people that have been, organizations that have been funded in the past did not get funding this year.
Not necessarily. They might have just went all in on the trust fund if they didn't get their CDB allocation, but I wouldn't say so.
You know, it's a distribution of a lot of money. And I think that it would be reasonable for the finance committee to have more reports on how that selection is done and what the criteria is that the committee is looking for. I think having a report from that committee would be valuable to at least the finance committee. So I would request that you would do that in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. We can definitely prepare something that just shows our application process and the criteria and evaluation.
Thank you.
Councilor Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Counselor Lindell. So I chair the Community Development Commission, and it's a group of community members. And we did, as Mr. Minnick, did I say it right? Yes. Stated we did meet in last month, I guess, for a day to go over this. And so I think it would be, it's pretty easy to get a presentation at finance. But also I think as the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, hopefully gets more money coming to it through the excise tax, I do think this is something we want to keep our eye on and be familiar with. And so we might as well start now in developing some sort of communication. So I will absolutely follow up on that. And I think it's a good idea. And I also just wanted Mayor to flag. Can you go back to the slide with the 3.8? That one, yeah. So there was questioning earlier about whether we were spending this in fiscal year FY25, the $3 million. And here's the $3 million. And it's more than that because of the amount that we make from other sources that fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So just wanted to flag that as sort of proof that here are the FY25 awards.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Other questions? Yeah.
I'm just going to take the opportunity to recuse myself.
We're not voting on anything, so you're good.
Even discussion?
If you want to recuse yourself. I don't know what the issue is.
I do. So somebody in my family is one of the fundees.
Ah.
So I need to recuse myself.
Other comments or questions before we open it up for public testimony?
Just quick clarification question, just because how could we award money that hadn't been approved in the budget? And I guess that's a tricky question. What happened if the budget didn't pass tonight, but yet we awarded these contracts? Can you clarify that for me?
We do in the, sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, we do write in our request for application that this funding is on under budgetary conditions. But we do just try to get things going because our program year starts July 1st. And if we waited till now, it'd be chaos trying to procure these contracts.
Thank you. Other questions? Yep. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, I just want to emphasize that the Community Development Commission makes a funding recommendation to the governing body. So ultimately, the governing body is going to, we'll have the budget on the books, and the governing body will make the final approval of these contracts. But to Cody's point, if we waited until we got through this process, we would never be on time with HUD. So we just move it all together. But it's all contingent on those approvals.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the public who wants to testify, or anybody on Zoom? Come on up and offer your thoughts on this, please. It's a public hearing.
Nicoletta Monroe, thank you for the presentation. I am very pleased to be here to listen to the information because I actually conducted a public information request years back about what is the amount in the trust fund, and no one could answer it. It was considered too burdensome. Thank you, now that we know. And my comment is this presentation to me seems on paper very comprehensive, and the people, the groups that are getting the funding seem very important. And yet I think that the comment from Councilor Lindell that we need a report, we need to see really if it's effective. This is a lot of funding, and these are really critical organizations, and we read about them in the paper, and they're critical to the cohesiveness of our community. And one issue that I have that I don't remember anyone stating is that we have a homeless population, allegedly upwards of, I don't know, several hundred people. It's reported in the newspaper at this time this year. And I wonder, we've tried to solve this for years, and Mayor, you've been our mayor since 2018, 2019, 6 years, and you ran on a platform of really addressing this. You're considered a progressive. And so why, with all of this, these amazing people, very informed people, very comprehensive federal program, why have we not solved the homeless problem? Why are there dozens or even greater numbers of homeless reported in the newspaper? And we've read other reports about the interfaith shelter, the issues there. Please, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask a question. However, I think someone needs to ask the question, why, with these amazing programs, incredible amounts of funding, very federal oversight, why do we have so many homeless people? Please explain it. There should be no homeless people. Also, I noticed that this is funding the Santa Fe Recovery Center, which I think is very important. Why are we not inviting homeless people to the Santa Fe Recovery Center immediately upon viewing that they're homeless? Why are we not getting them to safety? Please address this. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Anyone else want to testify on this matter from the public? Anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, Mayor, there are no attendees in the Zoom room.
Okay. From the governing body, any other comments or questions? No? All right, I think we're ready to go, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Faulkner,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes,
motion passed.
thank you. Good job.
Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk, let's see if we can wrap this up.
We get Councilor Castro back in. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is 21 appointments. 21A is mayor's appointments to the Mayor's Committee on Disability. Miriam Jahar, reappointment, term ending January 2028.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
That was a tie. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there a discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor, Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber,
Yes.
motion passed.
Next item, please.
Next item is 21B. It's appointments to the Veterans Advisory Board. James William, reappointment to chair, term ending May 2026. And Anna Vihil, reappointment, term ending May 2026.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. Counselor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, for this item and the previous one, I don't see any information on these folks. I don't know who they are. I guess they didn't turn in a resume or whatever.
They were reappointed and I tried to search back to when they were originally reappointed for their first term and I couldn't find their resumes. And so we had reached out, but I didn't get them in time for the packet.
When you reached out to them, did you hear back from them?
I don't know if Erica received anything back from them.
Well, I think that if folks want to be appointed to a committee, they could be responsive in getting a resume or some kind of paperwork to the clerk. And in the future, if I hear that they didn't respond, I'm going to vote no on those appointments.
Any other questions or comments? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Item 21C, please.
Item 21C is appointments to the Santa Fe River Commission. Bill Carey, appointment, term ending February 2027. William Hutchinson, appointment, term ending February 2027. Eric Montoya, appointment, term ending 2027. Lauren Price, appointment, term ending February 2027. Jim Reister, appointment with a term ending February 2027.
There a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
There's a motion to approve and a second. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Castro,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Faulkner,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Aye.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Mayor Weber.
Yes.